Agenda additions and approval. Councillor Gender.
A second maintenance policy for one of them, and the Liberal Road dust suppression.
Okay, where do you suggest to put them?
6.3 would work for the policy, because policies need to be researched and developed. So we're going to need some time.
So you wrote second what policy?
We need a second policy on road maintenance. The first one does not cover it all.
And your second addition?
The second one will be the Liberal Road dust suppression.
Is that under council request for information too? Or is that under old business or new business or?
I'm kind of wondering if it should be under new business, mostly because are you requesting dust suppression on the Liberal Road? Or are you don't want to talk about the dust suppressants that are already on the Liberal Road?
I guess it's actually both. One that
It's always nice to have a clear guided.
say,
New business, Liberal Road.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Grover?
So that's 7-Eleven?
7.11.
Yeah, okay.
Any other, Councillor Stevens?
I would like a councillor RFI 6.4, I guess, if the board is willing, a incentive plan for developing our residential lots.
Is this an all or nothing? If we vote in favor of the new agenda?
Okay.
If I could add just an update on Denali Reservoir and Tow Station.
You're looking for an update or you want to give an update?
No, I just want a quick update if I may.
It's in the works there, it's done.
I know it is, but
That would be under old business event?
Yeah.
8.1, Denelder Reservoir.
And you guys thought this was going to be a quick meeting. Mr. Chairman, before anybody would like to add something, I would like to move the adoption of the agenda.
8.1 and what's your name? What are you gonna call it?
Denelder Reservoir update.
And it's through Shirley McClellan. It's not really,
Yeah, so it is.
it's just kind of a joint project. Yeah.
Justin added 6.4 incentive plan for residential lots.
Yeah.
And that's 6.4. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there any other changes to the? I'd just like to add something about election protocol or election procedures.
I'll give you that one. You can add that too. Then I will move
Would be under
the motion.
the council's request for information. Would that fall underneath there? Okay.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, we did send it out, but the boundary road memorandum of understanding, the town of Stettler.
That's in the additions package, isn't it?
It is, and then also replacement, we have some quotes on a replacement pump for Botha. We're trying to get some pumps, replacement pumps on standby, so if we go down, we're not down. So we're bringing that for you also.
That's under,
That's 7.10, so that's 7.10.
okay, yeah. Okay,
Just make a note of them.
we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Minute approvals for 3.1 regular council meeting, August 13th, 2025, and 3.2 regular council meeting, September 10th, 2025. Has anybody seen anything minutes? Councilor Stillberg?
I didn't, I'll give you a motion to accept them.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that be carried. We've got two delegations here, 10:30 and 11. So we will go to council's request for information. 6.1, clarification from special meeting, Reeve Clark. Okay, yeah. Craig is in here.
Yeah, did you want to go through your request, and then Craig, I'll let Craig respond to it?
Yes, my request was just, we'd had one resident phone in and give a spoken submission, I guess, as a call-in. I just wanted us to go through that we had discussed this already, just to the fact that as you move through a meeting like that, just to look like we weren't disregarding what the questions were, it had happened already. So I asked if it could come forward, kind of a little bit of the background of what she was referring to, just to let the public know that it had been addressed and it had been looked at, so. Is that okay, Yvette?
Yes.
Yeah, that describes it.
Well, thank you, Reeve Clark, members of council. So just in response to that request, the reference is to a June 30th, 2025 email letter that we received while we were undertaking the draft of the intermunicipal development plan with the town of Stettler. So at that point, we were out for public engagement, and people were able to pop into an open house, review a draft online, or send their comments into the town or county. And on, I think over the course of the long weekend, we received the June 30th email from Cindy Wakefield. It summarized, it expressed some concerns about the Northwest 9, 3919 west of the 4th, and its identification in the draft IDP as county mixed business. So mixed business is a category that will allow either future industrial or commercial development, or a blend of commercial and industrial development on that particular quarter section. So that component was directly to the draft IDP at the time in the letter. The letter also addressed some other items that were related, but also dealing with a past decision. So we focused our efforts on the land use question about what should be in the draft IDP. That was summarized in the What We Heard report prepared by our consultant. So everyone's comments that we received was summarized, and that was shared with the IDP committee that was reviewing the draft. That committee consisted of 3 councillors from the county, 3 councillors from the town, and tasked with a review of looking at the input, deciding whether or not there was any changes they wanted to make, and then putting forth a proposed plan to the 2 councils for their consideration. So we also had a full copy of the email available to all members of the committee. They had a chance to read and review that, and also had a feedback from the town and county staff on changing that designation or proceeding with what was shown on the draft plan. Ultimately, the committee considered that input and decided not to make any changes for the Northwest 9, and recommended a proposed IDP to town council and county council. So the next part of the process, Reeve Clark, was the public hearing, which is another round of public engagement. So it's an opportunity now for the public to look at the plan that we're actually considering adopting. It's been given first reading, with the view that if they wanted, they could send in written comments again as part of the public hearing process, or they could participate in the public hearing process. In terms of written submissions for that part of the process, we did not receive a similar email from that resident. Fortunately, she was able to attend virtually at the public hearing and put her question verbally to both councils, or her perspective to both councils, so it was open for consideration prior to decision being made on the proposed IDP. In addition, in the RFD that was available to both town council and county council, that comment, even though it came from the previous process, was noted as something that we had heard along the way. Ultimately, with the staff recommendation that we retain the designation for a county mixed business for the Northwest 9. And I hope that answers the question for you.
With this said property, we have heard word that the realignment of 56 is going to be within that vicinity. So we do not really know whether that property could possibly be within that vicinity. So I'm not really sure what really future this property has. I'll say on being able to be still successful, put it in mild terms, because it could be in the middle of the road. We have no idea where the Alberta Transport had designed this road. So how can we really change any designation on the properties, say the quarters that are around it, to kind of suit one property that we have no idea where the Alberta government is going?
Well, and I think, Mr. Gender, to answer your question, is part of the misconception, I think, here is that the county is the one that changes the zoning. We do the function of changing the zoning, but the application comes from the landowner. So, there's a whole process for us to go in and change the zoning on your land. But that's an onerous process, and it typically involves a lot of bureaucratic maneuvering, including legal issues. This is something we don't do. We change zoning at the request of the landowner, typically. And I don't think we've ever changed zoning in the time that I've been on this council where the landowner has not requested it. So this is the biggest misconception that I think this individual has, that we're the ones that are doing this. We are acting by request of the landowner. So for us to go in there and designate that or change it just isn't what we can do. We're not that government. So when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the industrial side of stuff. That is up to that landowner. If they want to change the designation, they come and make that application to us, at which time we would weigh it and try and get the best decision to go forward. But other than that, we're not going to unilaterally go around the county and start making changes to your zoning. That's not the way we do business. So.
Like the quarter that is to the south of this said property, it is annexed into the town. The town can then make decisions on how to really place it, or what designation that they can put on it. Can they not?
This really gets more into the fact of what we went through in our meeting at the joint meeting, Councilor Gender. So that's that debate there. Yes, you know, when land is annexed, and set up as part of what their municipal development plan would be, then that would be what could be put there.
Really quick, just a couple points to Councilor Gender's comments. So for the second one, the land directly south of the quarter section owned by the resident that's issuing or expressing the concern, that is slated for future annexation by the town for industrial purposes. It's not in the town right now. So that's the one, if I get the reference, directly north of the foremost. I think it's, so that's also the quarter section where Alberta Transportation has identified there's it shows on their IDP in a little yellow stripe of an area where they've done a functional plan to identify improvements to Highway 56 that they want to make. It's an old plan, but it only impacts that quarter section. It doesn't impact any other quarter sections, and it shows us basically kind of sweeping in around the north side of the downtown, and then coming, hopefully smoothing out the curves at the auction mark, where Highway 56 does the 90-degree turn to go to the north. That plan, while we can communicate in our plans, and the commitment in the IDP is to not do anything that would frustrate Alberta Transportation's efforts, acquiring the land, dealing with the landowners, secure the land for their highway project when it ever makes their capital planning process, is all undertaken by Alberta Transportation, and they don't have to follow our IDP in that regard. What's probably more interesting for the Northwest 9, the subject quarter for the concern, is whether or not Alberta Transportation would allow any direct access to Highway 56. And my expectation is the answer will be only at the very northwest corner where we have an existing township road that intersects with highway, and then there'd be a question about intersection improvements depending on the nature of the use. I highly doubt they will give us another access, say down 800 meters south. However, never knowing what year that may occur and what kind of standards that will apply, that'd be a question if we're doing more detailed design and planning for the Northwest 9. So hopefully we've clarified, it helps with some of the questions that are on the table.
That helped to answer that question, Councilor Gender?
Yes, so just for clarification, so like if the quarter that is south of there is to be no changes in there unless we approach Alberta Transport? Because if we start building in there, it could totally screw up their plans on it.
That was stated, though, that's part of the annexation plan to the town of Stettler. So then the town of Stettler would have a municipal development plan that they would have to deal with transportation on right away through it. It would be there with, or the landowner currently, depending on when it happened, I would think that would be.
That's correct, Reeve Clark, and up until the point that it's annexed, it's kind of our ball to look after. So that means if we get a proposal there for whatever, we'd have to look at that highway, and we can influence the location and placement of buildings if we know about these other bigger plans.
Thank you.
Isn't it, I mean, this is a night and day comparison in scale, but isn't it similar to all of our applications that we would receive? We refer it out to Alberta Transportation. If this, you want to build a house and it's 100 meters from a highway, it gets referred out to Alberta Transportation. If we ever did receive an application for any sort of development, residential, commercial, what have you, if the landowner was interested on that quarter in question, would it not just get referred out? And admittedly, if it was a large-scale development, it would be a more complicated referral, but it's the same process, is it not?
Certainly, Reeve Clark, I'll probably going to 3 points on that one. Actually, maybe 4. If we were doing a more detailed plan for an area structure plan, that process would involve a referral to Alberta Transportation for their input, especially if we're trying to design a local road network to connect to the highways. If a subdivision just occurs, anything within 1 mile of provincial highway, which this quarter section would definitely cover, has to be automatically referred to Alberta Transportation, and they have considerable power and the ability to block our decisions if they feel it's jeopardizes the functioning of the highway network. If it's just a development, you're within the distance, 300 or 800 meters of the actual straight part of the highway, or 800 meters of any road, so a big circle that pretty much takes in the entire quarter section when you have an access or an intersection of any other road in the highway, that requires a roadside development permit. And for our development permit processes, when we're in that scenario, we expect applicants to obtain that first before we will process their development permit. And that's how we ensure the coordination between our own development approval and the province's approval.
Does that give you clarification, Reeve?
Yes, it did, yeah. Yeah, and just again, and apparently some clarification to the table too, so. Yeah. If I can get a motion to receive for information. Call the question, all in favor, and that'll be carried. Okay, we have a 10:30 delegation coming, but we'll go on to 6.2 and 6.5 are very similar. Council technology used during the election period I'd asked for, and then election protocol or election procedures. Just a heads up for all, when it comes to the election, where electronic devices are not to be utilized in that function. So people have, that's why people have multiple cell phones and et cetera. So please do that so we're not, any candidate isn't using municipal devices and having an unfair advantage to the other candidates that are running in the election.
Mr. Clark, just could you, does everybody here have a second cell phone? I mean, Ernie, it doesn't matter to you, because unless you don't, but of the candidates that are running, I know Mr. Stevens done, and Mr. Grover?
Nope, I used my own cell phone for the first 9 years, and then they made me take a cell phone.
So it's imperative that you don't campaign on that cell phone, using that device.
I don't what?
Campaign on that,
No.
phone people and communicate.
You know me.
And that's why I'm saying it to you, Mr. Grover. Unfortunately, I do know you, and that's why I'm saying it. You've already done that, and it was against me, but that's okay. I'm not going to worry about that.
No, nobody.
You campaigned against me, Mr. Grover, and I think that you campaigned against me, and I think that's off board. No, not whatever, Mr.
Well, I think
You
young
stuck your
guys
nose in
want
somebody,
to, young
you
people
stuck
want
your
to run,
nose
they
in
should
somebody
run.
else's, you stuck your nose in somebody else's ward, and that is complete BS, Mr. Grover. You should keep it to yourself and quit using the county stuff to do it.
Yeah, and that's an issue is utilizing that phone, because phone records will tell that tale.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
that's the issue.
I will return the favor if you would like.
Good.
That is, so between it and your tablet, please leave it to the side when you're making phone calls, and that's to all the council, and like I do know council does, that's why we have multiple phones.
Everybody has multiple phones but one, Mr. Clark, just a note.
Then also too, on directions, like no directions directly to staff. There is, to a vet, people can put directions to a vet, they can put directions to me that I would still take to a vet, or best of all, put bring stuff to council for direction. But there cannot be demands to individual staff members or department heads. Councilor Nyberg?
And Mr. Clark, that goes for anything that if we're doing it, we're all equal at this table. We get one vote, and that's how it works. So the best way is to bring requests to council so that council can make it. Any one councillor going out and going rogue causes a lot of problem.
Mr. Reed, if I may, also, I just would like council to understand too as well, if any ratepayers have any questions or concerns, they're more than able to phone in, and we can move those onto the ratepayer request line and keep track of them there, as we've normally done throughout the entire term. So that's another way that if any ratepayers through this period of time do come to council, they can be directed to that, and we can make sure that we get those recorded and those requests reviewed at that point too.
Well, and it's perfect, it's tracked, all of us can see it then, and can see what actions are being taken, who's responsible out of the vet staff for those actions, but it has to quit the demands on individual departments. Councilor Gender.
Unless if they've changed the MGA, and you guys could probably correct me on this in here, we can ask staff questions, but we are not allowed to direct.
You should direct the questions through your council or through the
Is your
CEO.
mic on, Yvette?
Yeah, so if you could, the proper way to do it is to bring the questions and requests through me, and if that doesn't work, then bring it to the Reeve. But I think during this next 30 days, especially so we just make sure that everything's factual, if all requests could be brought through me. If you have a problem with your phone or your iPad, come to me with that request. If you have a ratepayer that all of a sudden it starts to rain and the roads get really muddy, please don't contact Greg, contact me, and we'll get you on the list so that we can deal with those concerns immediately. I think we need to limit the traffic that's in the office too, just to make everything appear that it's flowing through the proper channels.
Councilor Gender.
I just find it an absolute privilege to be able to talk to staff, that we can kind of have open communication without, but I also like to be able to say, okay, Ben, this is what I'm going to ask of, and then you give me the okay in order to say yay, nay, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we've always had a philosophy that we're a team here at the County of Stettler, and for you to make a request to me that I can't answer, and you have to repeat it, or I have to repeat it, a lot gets lost in translation. So I've always afforded you guys the opportunity to talk directly to the director so that you can get your requests dealt with immediately and efficiently without going through 3 different methods of communication. But I think for the next 30 days, everything should be through me.
Councilor Nyberg and then
And Mr. Chairman, I think it's more imperative for those councillors that are running, because it can look like you have an edge if you are able to get requests personally put through, whether it be brushing or whether it be dust control or whether it be weed control. Some folks go out and use brushing as a campaign. I know they do that. But every one of us can get brushing done in our area. It's not something that's special, and it's not that one councillor gets to be above anybody else. Some people put that out there like it is, but it's not. If that's what we have to do, it has to be used and look like it's fair for everybody. Those people that are running against folks have to have the same, they have to be afforded the same opportunity as anybody else.
I was just going to speak a little bit to the actual MGA clause, and that's just that your obligation or duty as a counselor is to obtain information from the CAO or the person the CAO designates. As I think Yvette just spoke to, she's always had a fairly broad designation of that, but that during the campaign periods, we'd like to effectively rescind that designation and just put the stuff through Yvette. She'll let you know whether she thinks that, okay, call Greg about that or not. It makes it a lot simpler that way.
Can I get a receipt for, is there any other questions, or can I get a receipt for information? Councilor Gilbert?
I'll give you a motion to receive it.
I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I see we've got Mr. Chapman from Highway 12 Real Estate Limited, so we will move to, that would be 7.1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we need to do introductions? I guess because of the camera, we need to do introductions, so start with you, Greg.
Director of Operations, Gregory Jackson, good morning.
Shell Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Attorney Gender, Stettler Ward, good morning, guy.
Paul McCade, Denali Red Wall.
Dave Grover, Big Valley's counselor.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Good morning, Les Stolberg, by Miranda.
James Nyberg, Councilor for Erskine South Ward.
Good morning, Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
Craig Teal, Director of Planning and Development.
Andrew Burshak, Director of Municipal Services.
Yvette Cassidy, see you.
Ryan Chambers, I'm now representing
And Guy Chapman?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to say a few words, or?
Are you gonna go through it first?
I'll start and then I'll let Guy take over. Mr. Chapman sent me an email requesting an incentive, which we have done for previous businesses that are starting up or expanding in the county of Stettler, which would mirror the incentive bylaw that we are presently working on and reviewing. Wanted to get it in front of this council, as you're the ones who asked for the incentive bylaw. I'm hoping to have the bylaw in front of council in November. But in reviewing this, and Sharon and I actually put this one together, we recommended that this take effect in 2026, is that's when the improvements that Mr. Chapman has made will be on the tax roll at that time, and he will get the biggest benefit if it begins in 2006. Do you have anything on that?
26.
26, sorry. Do you want anything on that?
No, I just would like to thank you for your time and.
Actually, Guy, if you go over to that mic, is it on, Andrew?
Thank you, council and administration, for your time. And yes, this just came to our attention that we might be eligible for this. It's been done in the past, and we went through a relocation process. Many of you are probably aware of that, where we sold our existing building. We built 2 shops on the other side of the Petro-Canada there, and it was a bit of a project, and kind of the motivation for doing that was to bring down our overhead and reduce our debt and get our kind of shops in line with the scale of our businesses that our tenants have at this time. So appreciate your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilor Stevens?
I fully support the process and the incentive that we've created, but in this particular subdivision, it's a bit of an anomaly since a portion of the municipal taxes go through to the town. So is that included in the estimate?
You asked me that. I apologize, Councilor Stevens. I was going to check into that. That's for the water and sewer. And I think that,
15% for
right,
water.
once the water and sewer is hooked up at this property, then yes, that portion of taxes will go through to the town. But that's the municipal portion of the taxes, so they would only get what we collect.
So if this is my question, if we waived the municipal portion next year, would the town be out that money? Would we be paying it out of coffers? Because I think the idea with this incentive was we were willing to waive collecting taxes, but I don't think it was ever the intention for us to pay out as an incentive. So that's really my question.
I apologize. I'm going to have to double check on that. I do know that this incentive was offered in the Heartland Business Park before, and I'm positive that we base what we pay the town on what we collect. So if we collect the municipal portion of the taxes, then we forward our 15 or 30% for the water and the sewer to the town. If we don't collect, we don't forward it. And then at the end of the 5 years, or they're on the declining basis, they would receive a portion of that. But I will double check with sure.
They would follow that percentage all the way through, also too, for what the payment would be to them.
Right.
Counselor, Library had his,
And that was just I'm 100% behind this. I think it makes sense to have that initiative and incentive for businesses to grow in our community. Like Councillor Stevens has said, I think it's important that I'm also not willing to cut the town a check for 15% of money we did collect.
We don't do it on 30%.
Yeah, but we don't do it on the requisitions, and we don't do it on other taxes. So there would be, either way, however our agreement is put up and set up on a go-forward basis, if we don't, it's just the money that we would have collected that I think we can forgive. I don't want to forgive.
Counselor Stevens. Okay.
Okay, perfect. And if it's what we collect, I don't think the town would be upset with this because they have a similar commercial incentive. So they do a similar thing. It's none of this will be surprising to them. The only thing that I would like changed is the 5-year sliding scale. I don't particularly agree with. It works out to be 300 points of property tax savings just spread out over 5. I think the incentive is more effective if we shorten up the time frame and gave a larger percentage. So if you did 3 years at 100% for each of the first 3 years, it's the same 300 points of tax savings, but I think there's more value in giving the incentive in a shorter time frame when the developers are seeing the most input capital costs. The longer you spread this out, the less helpful it is. 5 years down the road, I would hope that all of our small businesses are established and it's not as great a need at that point.
This is what we've done in the past. I think you probably are onto something. I think it would maybe be at the discretion of the where the request comes from or from the purchaser. If he would sooner have it shortened up over 3 years, I mean, make the motion and we'll fix it. If he wants a 5-year sliding scale, I think it should be between council and the lot owner.
Councilor Gender and the council member.
So this policy is not in place at the moment?
Not yet. It's still being reviewed by staff.
I'm just kind of wondering, I just hope that it doesn't jeopardize this application.
No. That's why why I wanted to bring it forward now, so that we get it in place.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I also, just on that point, wanted to add for information that the proposal that staff has brought forward with the 5-year exemption and with the terms and conditions as they are matches the draft bylaw that council has seen, as well as matches the direction that council gave for changes at that. So once it's, the last bit of review was just how to implement the new bylaw. And so that's what's kind of held us up thus far, and we'll be coming back in November. But if you approved as presented versus, say, waiting until the new year and saying, okay, just put it under the new bylaw, it should be the same effect either.
Thank you.
Councilor member.
So that's what I was just going to say to Mr. Stevens. This is what we've done in the past. So, I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to be fair and move forward. I would like to ask Mr. Chapman what his thoughts are, if he would like it over 3 years or 5 years. It's the same money, it's just how you get it, so.
No, I understand that, and, I mean, whatever, with the council change coming up, whatever expedites it or is best for.
Just which would you prefer? What from a business standpoint, what would you prefer?
Well, I think given that, I think a 3-year is cleaner but it's not, I mean, we're appreciative of whatever incentive we get.
Councilor Stevens.
No,
I was going to Councilor Stewart.
you were in ahead of me, I was just making sure I Larry's eye.
I was gonna make a motion that the County of Stettler forgive the municipal portion of the annual property taxes, with the ratepayer being responsible to pay all the property taxes, school, senior housing, all the requisitions, on lots located at Plan 1420412, Block 2, Lot 2, and Plan 1420412, Block 2, Lot 3, Lot 7, and Lot 8. And the amounts would be 100% of the municipal portion in 26, 100% in 27, and 100% in 28.
Equaling the 300. Same 300. Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, mine is mostly just a comment, is that I think this is a good policy, and it's something that I've championed in my term. I'm just a little sad it's not going to become officially effective until the next term. But, and I do think that it's really important as the council of the county of Stettler goes down the road to heavily advertise this, because I think it's really important that we have new development in our county to keep it growing, and if their potential developers are aware of this tax break, I think it needs to be advertised and pushed, and we need to champion this as a council going forward, because I think it's a very good policy.
Councilor Grover? You had your hand up?
Yeah, I think we should have left it the way it was, but, and I'll vote against it, but, it doesn't make much difference. It's all the same money at the end of the day. Thank you. I don't think we should be changing stuff in the middle of a council meeting. Thank you.
Just for clarification, Reeve, Craig wrote the new water and sewer agreements, and Andrew just looked them up. And it is based on taxes that we collect. So that 30% wouldn't be, if you go with the 3 years, wouldn't be payable until the fourth year.
So we wouldn't have to pay the town?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilor Gender? Okay. Any other questions at the table?
I would just push back and say it, not only is it our right to change motions and policies, but I would argue that it's our duty as council. That's what we're here for. And you have every right to vote against it, but to question whether we should change anything, if we weren't in the business of changing anything, we wouldn't need a council. We would just have an administration.
And I don't think you're supposed to announce that you're going to vote against something. That's pre-described.
Member Guts' comment should have come through the chair too. Sorry. Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Opposed? Councilor Grover? So it's 3-year period.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When's your grand opening?
We're open.
I know. Are you gonna have a big splash, big grand opening splash?
Well, we might now, yeah.
Okay. All right, see you later. Grand reopening, I don't know how you'd put it.
Okay, our next delegate is at 11 o'clock, so we'll jump back to council's request for information. 6.3, second road maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, can I just wanted to state that, just on the last one, that the town does collect all the water and sewer utility rates, correct me if I'm wrong with this. So they do get money. The infrastructure in the Heartland Business Park is the county of Stettler's. So basically, we're not shorting the town. They still have money to basically operate the water and sewer on. I just don't want anybody to think we're shorting anybody, because we're not.
Okay, so the next item was 6.3, second road maintenance policy. Councilor Gender.
I'd asked and requested from CAO Cassidy and also Michelle a copy of the road maintenance that we had, and on whether it was brought back to council for sealing the final reading. And on when the motion was made by Councillor Stevens that it was to be brought in, but with the changes that were brought forth, and like when I read the policy, it was word for word exactly where it was, and it's been dated as accepted as such. So like I am still in disagreement with some portions of what it states in there. And the first one is, I'll say 5.2C, where the existing width of the road is maintained. So like if you look at the way that road is going to be maintained, if we have road widths exceeding of what the policy states for building a road, we are going to be not narrowing that up at all. So I'm not really sure how Public Works is going to be able to, I'll say, put proper crown back in the road with the existing road width. And on some of these roads, we are 12 meters wide, and they should only be 10 meters wide. So this is one part of where we do need another policy stating that to bring roads back into compliance with the policy of building roads. Then we can have a maintenance road policy that we can follow, sealing with the policy that was brought up.
Okay, was that the only point?
That's the point that I'll just state, that we need another policy to bring roads back into clarification, or back to the policy that the way the roads were, policies that are written, we bring them back within that.
Okay, Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. If I may just,
Mr. Chairman, just point of order, can I have a little discussion on that first?
I guess if it pertains right to that question.
Yeah, it does, and I apologize, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Gender, just on this, I understand where you're coming from 100% on this. Are you proposing that we spend a multi-million-dollar infrastructure bill to turn around and straighten up all our roads overnight, or is this something that we would be building over a period of time? I don't necessarily disagree with you wholeheartedly, but I'm also skeptical of someone who's walking out the door and not willing to raise taxes next year, where we'll be forced to impose massive tax increases to the ratepayers go forward. I'm just wondering what your timeline is. I think we've got a direction in place to fix up the roads. We've given that to the council, or to administration from council, and I think we may, just my thought, we may have to give them a little bit of time to get to that place. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am cautioning I know your time is short with us, and I know you are wanting to get things done before you leave, but.
I'll bring council back up to, this is a policy or a motion that was brought forward in 2014. There are still 5 of us in here that have voted on this motion, and 3 of them have probably never seen this motion brought forward. And I'll read what it states in here. Road gravel motion, April 2014, that Public Works and Administration bring back a policy to council that will have all roads to be gravel have a profile to the county standards set out in policy 5.9 as to the 3% crown slope without shoulder lips, accepting out roads identified in policy 5.9 number 11 as limited access and agreed to by the local councillor. Furthermore, to bring back a road grading policy to be adopted by council that will have the gravel road shoulders, lips pulled and maintained without lips within 2 years, accepting out roads identified in policy 5.9 number 11 as limited and agreed by the local councillor, and a policy that has all new gravel road construction have the first graveling at 1.5 inch gravel on there. So this was a policy that was back in 2014 when I first got on council, and it was voted down.
Yeah.
So like over the last, say, 10 years, we have never had a policy to really bring back these roads back to functional roads. I have taken the liberty of going out and say, okay, checking roads, and by Jesus, I can look at a road driving down to see whether it's going to be conformed or not. So I went out and I used a laser on it. Out of the haul roads that were identified, and I asked Greg to send me a list for them, 2 of them I did not check. One was the Scapa Road and the other the Scholar Road, because the Scholar Road was reshaped last year. I thought that, no, there's no sense in it. But within my travels, there was one road, and I believe it was a road that one councillor was told to take the lips off, and he threw a hissy fit. But that is the only road that has, within specs, and is at 15 cents on that road. And that is a road down in Les's area, the forgotten part of the county. And it runs past the Gadsby colony. Other than that, every other road, they range from 2 centimeters to maybe 10 at most. So I'll have to say, like, without us having this policy in the past, has put more, I'll say, pressure on the coming council to be able to make sure that you have a tool in hand to be able to direct public works that this is where it is supposed to go. That is the only tool you will ever have in order to be able to bring these roads back, is by dominance. And then I find it is also one, when you have a company structure, that you have a president setting it. And the president are the people around here. Then you have the ones under it. But we have to pick up this torch and say, okay, the roads are going to be brought back in. Because this year, I'm not going to degrade any woman out there, because I had a daughter that ran equipment. She knew what needed to be done. So when we have women phoning up and saying, what the is with these roads? Because we can't travel them down. We have other residents saying that we have to put it in four-wheel drive and we just gravel the roads because of the width and not maintaining to get the water off them. I will show anyone a road that in this county that was built, and by Jesus, you have to damn near have suction cups to stay on it because it's such of the crown. My speech. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Greg, and then Councilor
Is that your farewell speech to say?
It pretty well is, because like over 12 years, I find that this is my my background, and it has failed.
Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I guess I will just try to answer a couple of those points brought forward by Councillor Gender as quickly as I can. Initially, in Councillor Gender's first question, 5.2C, the existing width of the road is maintained. Under general maintenance level of service, we do have the road categories listed, the road surface width listed as well beside those, so they do vary somewhat depending on the road surface. But we do show as well in there that the upgrading frequency that shoulder pulls and general maintenance as required will be done on those roads. So then that does come back, that is in this policy, that does come back to operations, and then that allows operations to put together a program and move forward and basically develop it and provide it to council to show you how we're going to maintain and achieve that goal. That has been set out by council in this policy. So with the understanding that yes, we had a road tour, we did see these roads, we do know that there are concerns. We do have it in this policy, and we will be working towards that in the upcoming budget, that there will be roads that need rehab. There are roads that need shoulder work done, and we will take care of those as we move forward. So those, to answer that portion of that question, those are there. As well as the grade, as we see a cross-section on these roads, it is mentioned as well as what we will work with and what we will maintain the road to. And we have identified through operations, some of these roads are not going to be able to have that grade maintained through maintenance alone. So through the regular maintenance of the road grading. Those roads are going to be marked. We will have to do added rehabilitation to those roads. With that, that will become then, that road will be narrowed up, the crown will be put in it, and then we'll continue to maintain that road at that time. This policy here does give us direction from council. It does give us a mandate, and it does hold us to the level of service and the commitment that council has wanted it to be on our road services in the county of Stettler. So I do feel that we have clear direction in operations as to what we need to do going forward. It is now up to us to bring back to you the program which council, this council or the next council or any in the future will agree to budget-wise, and then we'll proceed and move forward with it.
Councilor Stevens?
When we had this discussion and the debate, I did make the motion to amend it, and one of those amendments was the reference to our actual road design spec. Did that reference make it in there? Because that gave the grade that we were shooting for, the road width as well as the back slope and ditch profile. And I mean, I think it's important to have that reference in there because I, like a lot of our residents, are pretty visual people, and you have to know what you're shooting for or else you're always gonna miss. And I understand completely and appreciate the goals and the intentions by Councillor Gender. I just think we have to give this a little time. It's not gonna happen overnight.
Councilor Everett?
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So when the whole back slope issue, I did have some issues with because in multiple spots in my area, there is no ditch. It comes down to a flat area. That's just the way, and I don't know if we can get to that point. However, back to Mr. Gender's concern, and I hear what you're saying. I think we need to give administration some time to work on this. And in a go forward to maybe ease your mind when you leave us and go off into the sunset, this is something that I wonder maybe if council should not have as a regular update on our council package. I.e. like we did with the fire issue, we had a major issue that came to us. We were finding multiple times that we were dealing with an issue over and over again. So we made it as a standing order on our council package. So we were getting regular updates. I don't disagree with you, Mr. Gender, that sometimes along the line, the other business of the County of Stettler gets in the way of the regular business that's the County of Stettler, and we do have that on a regular basis happen. So maybe to ease your mind, that's what we could do, is have road maintenance put as a standing order to have some updates. What have we fixed? Where are the spots that we can champion and say, yeah, you know what, this one needs to be looked at, that one needs to be looked at. And I think that's what maybe has been missing, is that opportunity to have, like you said, the chairman of the board, the 7 of us, make that as a standing order.
I'd like to add one thing to that. I agree 100% with what you're saying. I made the comment before that I'd like to add it to our strategic plan.
Yeah.
Because then you are focusing it on your council meetings, but then also we are dealing directly with the vet and administration when it comes to strategic plans and what we succeeded in that year. And it shows that we're progressing. So that to me is, if we've got a spot that we can show we're progressing, it gives us what everybody at the table has sat here and said, that it takes some time to do this. Not in disagreement with what you've said. Over the hours you and I have talked over this, Councilor Gender, you haven't heard anything different, I don't think, from anybody so far here. That what I've said to you is in full agreement, but it can't happen overnight. So if it's showing where it's at, we track it properly, you should be able to leave with confidence that we're going to have a period where we get to that point. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. If I may as well, in this council package, you will see that there was basically it's labeled third quarter road report. This is something that I had discussed with CAO Cassidy previous to the council meeting when there was a request for some information brought forward on the roads. It is something that we've decided that it is something we can do quarterly. I'll be putting together information, and then it could be a strategic plan by council, but it will give updates as to where we are throughout our graveling programs, any bridge files, et cetera, that we're working on, and give the council information as we move forward as how we're proceeding and where we're going to be working.
And from a budget procedure, it costs us so much to narrow these roads. If you have how many kilometers of road we have to narrow, and we also track ourselves on a year, we're going to narrow so many kilometers of road, well, that puts that on track too.
Absolutely.
Councilor Grover.
Yeah, we already shortened one up too much, and we gotta be a little careful with that. Then we put the shoulders back on it, and then, you know, then it's a soft-shouldered road and stuff like that. A lot of these they might be a meter too wide, but the biggest problem with them is the ones down there and around, they don't have enough gravel on them to start out with, of decent gravel. And as soon as you put that Linda Hall Road, as soon as you put gravel on it, that fixed the problem. People were running in the ditch because there's no gravel on it. And now you went and gravelled it with that good gravel, and the problem went away. I don't know if, yeah, some of them, I think that shoulder pull thing, I think that's a great thing because it keeps the shoulder sharp, so you don't end up with that ridge on there holding water. That's a good idea, but to take them down to a certain size, like that road there, heavy used road, so like that, like some of them, I think the biggest thing is that road there, gravel fixed it, and we agreed on that, right? So, you know, graveling and pulling the shoulders, not a problem, but to shorten every road in the county of Stettler, they did up there at the lake, and so now for about 3 or 4 years, they'll have soft shoulders on that road because you can't back them down. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just so that I understand, are you talking about narrowing the road or shortening the road, Mr. Grover? I'm just.
Yeah, we're narrowing the road.
Okay, shortening means to me that we went
Shortening
from 2
up,
miles to 1 mile, but thank you very much for that.
I'll explain to you, shortening up the road.
The word you're looking for is narrowing.
Isn't quite as wide.
Narrowing, thank you.
Narrowing, shortening, yeah.
It's not the same thing.
That'd be great, we wouldn't have as much gravel.
I know I can leave this place and knowing that we've got a council in here that have all the same direction or where we are going. As for putting gravel, we are wasting gravel by putting it on these roads, because when you put the gravel into it, it's gonna be an awful lot of, I'll say, void around the gravel. You have capillary action that also happens within the gravel when you have the rain. So we are just throwing gravel on it, does not solve the problem. All it is a Band-Aid. You have to crown the road, then place it on. So I'll disagree with you on just the gravel fixing the problem. It's only a Band-Aid area on it. But no, I will definitely put all of the confidence that I have. I know that this council knows which direction they're going to be on. And time, yes, it's going to take time. I wish well to everyone here.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. And I've had a lengthy conversation with Councillor Gender, and I totally understand his passion, and he's taught me a lot over the years that he's been on council. And so I thank him for that very much. But I really was happy with this policy when we put it in place. It's a great first step. It's a work in progress. And I think this fall, we're hoping to get at the sides of the roads so we can ensure that the drainage remains on the roads, because once you get water sitting on them, it wrecks everything, makes them hard or soft to travel on. I thought council made some tremendous steps this year by putting the extra grader beats on, by purchasing the extra graders, and I haven't received, I know we can't make everybody happy, but I haven't received anything in the last 2 months but positive comments about our roads, even from ratepayers that you don't usually hear from, have taken the time to call in and say they're noticing the difference. I think at budget time, Public Works will come to us with the roads that they've identified that we need to go in and narrow them up and pull the shoulders on them and build a better crown. And that's going to be totally budget driven, how many kilometers or miles we do a year, plus the type of material we put in. So I think we'll be at this probably for the rest of my life, the rest of council's terms, and this will always be a work in progress. It is going on the strategic plan. I have it on my whiteboard to go on to the next strategic plan. So I think this will be a focus. But I think we've made some great first steps, and we're going to keep at it. The other thing that I was really happy with the policy is it now gives us the ability to go out and be able to see how the grader operators are doing with what the expectations are. And they don't have to sit and guess. They know what they're supposed to do. Then we're able to judge whether or not they've made it, what they need to make that policy 100%, or what are we falling back on. So it's a work in progress. And we'll get there. Yeah.
Just Councillor Stevens had made the comment about the amended policy. Are those amendments in that policy?
It did look like the references were
Okay.
put in the ball.
Okay, well, as long as that is there, that's part of our.
And this policy has been on the website for almost 2 months. We have received no feedback, correct, Michelle? No feedback on it at all?
I would actually classify it as closer to 3 months.
3 months, yeah.
Okay, a lot of conversation. Any other questions, concerns?
You want to receive this for information?
So I'll take that motion as a motion. Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. We're still,
Is there a delegation here by any chance?
we don't have anybody on line, do we?
Carry on.
He's up there.
Oh, no, there. Or bring him in.
You're hiding in that?
I just sit back listening.
Okay, just, we will move to 5.2, which? 5.2, and it, read dust control and taxes. Keith Wilson, RRW Resort. Do we need introductions, Keith, here, or do you?
I'm all good if everybody else is good.
So for the camera, we've said you're Keith Wilson, so.
Keith Wilson, Bar W, Mr. Chairman, councilors. I was just back listening, and I would like to say, from when I first come to this county, I think the roads have definitely improved, so I appreciate all you guys are trying to do, and I think it is actually going the right direction.
Thank you.
So where I'm going to start, obviously the world these days, the economy, everywhere, it just seems terrible. Everything's gone crazy since COVID, prices. The RV industry's definitely been in a recession since COVID. I'm on the lake. Obviously, I have to pay a little higher taxes because of having lakefront property. But the problem is the lake, in its condition, is actually of no value to my business over the last 2 years with the low water levels, water quality, lack of usable boat accesses. My customers can't easily get to the improved BVE boat launch, which again, you guys did a great job and it's helped a lot of people. But for my people to get there, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So what's happened, I've got people that haven't used their boats in 2 years. I got people that have sold them, people that have moved out to other lakes. It's been a real hard sell to bring customers into the Buffalo Lake area. And I guess I have to think outside the box. I'm going to have to make other attractions, and I come up with other ideas, and I started talking to Craig about that. In 2025, out of my 312 possible sites, last year I had 51 rented. In the fall, 16 people left. This year we started with 45. This fall, I'm losing 11 again. It just seems we can't get traction, and the lake's not helping us. So I guess that's why I'm coming asking if there's anything we can do as far as a tax relief to help us out a little bit.
Councilor Stevens?
This was brought up as one of the major concerns, so just a quick update for everyone. At our last Buffalo Lake Management meeting, Alberta Environment was forecasting that the pumping would be on in spring of 27. It's longer than what we want, but it's really nice to finally have a forecasted date. Take that with a grain of salt. They said that at average rates, they would gain some if it wasn't a drought, but it's 8 to 10 years with the pumps on.
Just the evaporation's killing us.
Before we're at full supply. So this is not a silver bullet.
And it's still a year and a half away before pumps would even start.
Well, they're going through the application process. They're mimicking the same process that was used at Gull Lake, utilizing the same technology. There is some public outreach. There is some studies that they have to do before they can present it to the ministers to get approval to lift the suspension. Is what the application is actually for. At that point, they would have to start their engineering, design, and then their tendering process to get a contractor in and do the construction. And anyone that sat here is fully aware that government processes to make sure that public money is being used in a safe and effective manner. It takes time and it can be frustrating, but that is the world we live in.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I was, I was here the last time they pumped. And they pumped all side, they run that thing and then, they're keeping track of what it did to the lake and they lost 4.5 inches. But if they pumped it every year, probably would, eventually you'd gain on it. But a year like this is so hot, yeah, they're just, yeah, and the government thing just takes forever. It doesn't, you just don't go and throw the switch on and start pumping. I think you should pump in there.
Question, are they only pumping seasonal, they can't pump year round then?
That's correct. It would be seasonal. It's somewhat weather dependent.
Okay.
There is some exposed piping. There is canals. There's gates that would be subject to weather and freezing at various points. So yeah, it would definitely be a seasonal.
Summertime game.
I agree, it's not a silver bullet, it's gonna take a while, and some decent winters to help.
Councilor Gender?
So this is what you've heard from the minister, that it's not gonna be starting until 27? So like, I guess
To clarify, that is not from the minister, that is from Alberta Environment.
So I put a little bit of doubt into provincial, because when we had put in our water line east of town here, going up to the Red Willow Pork Farm, they were just saying, you have it all designed, yes, we will be looking at it, but it seems like they always just kind of tend to turn your back on it. And for, I'll say in my years of going to visit with the ministers and the RCMP up there, it has frustrated me.
Another exit speech.
I feel confident that this will happen. I can't commit to any dates, but in addition to Alberta Environment giving us their plan, their schedule, and their forecasted date, we did receive an email from the minister requesting that Alberta Environment process this as quickly as possible. And that was sent out to all the municipalities on a part of the Buffalo Lake IDP. So it came from both sides.
Well, the only way it's gonna improve is by starting, so, Councilor Stillberg?
A question for Mr. Wilson. What are your 2025 taxes, and did you have an amount in mind that you would like reduced by?
79 to 2026.
29.
79, yeah, 79,220.26.
And did you have an amount that you'd like reduced?
10,000. Pay 22,000.
Say that again, just for clarity. You'd like it reduced by
Yes.
50,000. And so what's the basis that you would be basing that on? 79,000?
You see, yeah, no basis on that, just
A number out of the,
well, based on past history.
Councilor Stevens?
Through administration, what was the last tax incentive plan that we did for this property?
I think it ended in 2023, Keith, if I'm right, because I think last year they paid.
Yeah, I paid the full amount last year.
And it was some variation of a 5-year sliding scale.
That you saw this morning with the previous delegation. I could just go find Sharon and find out what the municipal taxes are and what the requisitions are.
If I remember correctly, it didn't match our chart quite exactly. I think there was a slight curveball in the motion, but I don't remember what that was.
And that's the 70% reduction right there. They're reducing them by 70%. Councilor Leonard?
so, and and I feel for you, Keith, I do, I mean, weather dependent as a farmer, you know that when we don't get the rain, we don't get the crops in and we don't get the hay in, it's all around. This does lead to us having a very, it's precedent setting, because if you have everybody at the lake saying, well, we didn't get to use the lake this year, we should all get a 70% reduction on our taxes, I would be hesitant to say every time there's a weather event, we would be reducing taxes, and I don't know if that makes much sense for the county to operate a business on that portion, because our bills are still there, the service requests are still there, and it becomes sometimes even more of a request when the weather events happen, that we have more requests for services, i.e. I'm going to lead right into your other one on here as dust control. Without the rain, we have multiple. This particular season, I think I've seen more dust control issues come in front of this council than I have in the previous maybe 6 or 7 years. So, anyways, this one's going to be a tough one for me, especially if you could come up with a formula and the reason behind it. I would say yes.
I call it a true weather event. I call it economics. I call it weather has a factor too.
Where are we at on this, gentlemen? We can sit here and navel gaze.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I feel for you too, and I don't think this CEO and the Public Works foreman has got any more concerns about getting dust control. I want dust control, I want dust control. The one guy wants us to do 6 miles in my area. That's totally ridiculous, but yeah, I know I feel for you, but if we could, put some there, it would help you out. That would be I would think would be a good deal, but that's my opinion. Yeah, no, I've never seen it just dry this long and I farmed my whole life, so, thank you.
If I may, Keith can jump in, but I think his request is some of the dust control he is paying for. He's not asking for us to do additional.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 separate, let's keep them separate if you don't mind. I have some pictures whenever, if you want to go into that.
We've talked, okay, so we're talking the taxes part. Councilor Gender had his hand up on taxes.
Is there any possible way of you bringing forward to us kind of a spreadsheet showing like of what you would like to kind of propose? Taxes that you've paid in the past, plus what you're, let's say, looking forward, I'll just say a spreadsheet to really show us the numbers on what you're proposing for, please.
Okay, yeah, we can.
Whether you can bring that to next council meeting, because that's going to be my last kick at the can.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
So I'm just kind of wondering whether administration can fit you in within that time. Other than that, I'm adios.
Thank you.
Mr. General, Council Stover, can we make that a motion? I think that's a very good motion, and I think we make a motion that.
You're better at wording it, James. I'll rely on you, please.
Okay. That we, council requests that Bar W Resorts bring back more information on the taxes for the 2025 year, what has been paid previously and where they're at now.
Council Stover had his hand up.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, just was she checking the docket, or will get back to me on that, or?
They can squeeze you in. Okay. I won't be here, but they can squeeze you in.
Okay, I was just gonna, if my memory serves me correctly, when the sliding scale incentive break was given before, I think it actually kicked in almost like a year too soon before it was developed in. And they didn't get much benefit from that first year in that sliding scale.
Councilor Stevens?
First, I'd like to make a friendly amendment. When administration brings this back, can you also give a percentage of what is requisitioned and what percentage is municipal? If we're going to talk about a gross average, I'd really like to know what the two percentages are that make that up.
Yeah, I guess for Keith, the requisition side,
We'll deal with it.
it is not forgiven. It's-
I understand, yeah.
So it's typically, a number we kind of use, you can divide it by 2 type thing.
And,
Because of that requisition, we have to forward in.
and I fear someone's memory is failing them, and that's why I think this is the right vote to ask for more information, because I thought I remembered the first year when it was just farmland, we forgave all of that. It was a few $100 and then started it the following year. So it was actually a 6-year is what I remembered, but the first year was more or less a pittance that was kind of a throw-in because it was.
I guess, yeah, more research required, and I guess I should have had that, so.
Let's vote on that one, yeah. So we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Okay, so we're on the dust control, and then Justin's right, I'm asking for less dust control on some roads, and I sent in some pictures, I don't know if they had time to bring them out. Is that,
Sorry, that would be me falling asleep.
sorry to put you to work here. So, past Quinn's place, and then it goes farther to the south for 1.1 kilometer. There's 2 vacant residents that hasn't been anybody there all summer. So I have a $12,000 dust control bill. I understand that Quinn should have it, but I'm still arguing with those other 2 cabins. I got pictures. There we go. There's a cow in one picture there that might be enjoying the dust control, but, so this is one of them, early on in the season. This is the this is the farthest one, I think. Yeah, the farthest one's from Quinn's place, so this would be just before the 1.1 kilometer. So you can see it in the far distance. I'm having a hard time understanding this, and I think there's about 80% White Sands traffic, 18% local traffic, and probably 2% of my traffic go by this one house and these 2 vacant cabins. So I guess I'm just having a hard time swallowing the bill for the whole 1.1 kilometer.
Councilor Stevens?
And I understand the concern about this particular property. I believe we were targeting any residents that would be affected, but this property was sold earlier this year with the intentions of the new person developing and moving out there full time. And that is on our MPC docket coming up. It was sent out for referral. So I get that there might have been a little bit of caught in the crossfire.
The other pictures, please. So there's the other one, this is the far one, the other one that is still for sale, between this one and Quinn.
Yeah.
So there's a for sale sign on it. Nobody there. And I think it's a garage that got converted to, isn't it?
That is my understanding as well.
Also, Councilor Stuhlberg?
Yeah. Well, my concern is, I think we just as a council need to look at this with a common sense approach, because to me, I don't know how many 100 residents there are at White Sands, and there's like 45 trailers at the Bar W. So it's obvious that the development isn't causing the dust on this, like the majority of the dust on this road, and yet the developers, being billed for it. So I think we just need to look at it in that light.
So my only concern with this is that we do have a development agreement with Bar W, and we did go through the LPRT the last time when this got approved. So I think we should refer to Craig and see what the obligations would be. Can we shorten them up, or do we have to leave them the same because we could be in violation of our agreement?
Without actually looking at the text, I don't believe the LPRT decision, it does speak to a condition about dust control, but how to achieve that, I think we have more latitude, so it doesn't tell us how to do the dust control.
Councilor Stevens?
I would like to point out, we've talked about precedents several times during this meeting on other topics, It was about a year ago, we had a request from 3 businesses that wanted dust control in front of their properties. And I argued that if we were gonna do it, we should do it in front of their properties. And the majority felt we can't have patches of dust control. It's a maintenance nightmare. And I'm wondering what changed, because there's a few hundred meters that could get skipped over that it's not in front of a resident. So I'm just wondering what changed in the last year where we had to do the entirety of the road.
Who's saying anything changed?
It seemed to be indicated where we needed to look at this differently by the previous counselor. So I'm just.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm wondering why this precedent went away, and I do have a question for the developer. When it comes to traffic patterns, I agree, and this is a thumbnail, I have no evidence to base this on. There is probably more traffic right now from the Summer Village than from your development on that road. I don't doubt that in any way, shape, or form. Where I really struggle to scale something back is we need to plan for a peak scenario. And you have just spoken at great length about how your sales have been slow. So when will those sales pick up, and when will the traffic increase? Because I would want to make sure that we have our ducks in a row prior to that happening.
I agree.
And without knowing when that happens, I don't want to get caught off guard.
Back to Keith, and then.
What I think another part of the problem is a lot of Craig's statistics were done on a bad, not his fault, back to the previous regime to me, a bad traffic study that was based on 1,000 residents, which was like 2,400 people a day on a weekend. And I think that's the other thing that's biting us in the butt, is not realizing those numbers were put in the equation.
Councilor Gender?
I guess I'm gonna stick my neck out here, and then it'll be.
Another farewell speech.
Yeah, please.
Or
not muzzle.
Chopper, whatever. But I will make a motion that we shorten up the dust suppression down to within 200 meters of the approach coming into Bar W, only for safety reasons, say like because of the dust, someone turning off and onto that road. From directly in front, so 100 meters south, 100 meters north.
Over 200 meters tip.
Over 200 meters stretch.
Okay. Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I feel for you on this one. $12,000 worth of dust control. Is a cost share in that, or is that a total amount? My short little piece that I have in front of my house was fairly expensive. And I'm doing that for, definitely for the lady of the house. However, it's not my traffic that's causing the dust. Unfortunately, my neighbors have, they use it on a regular basis. My dust control is for me, absolutely. But it is my neighbors that are causing the grief for me. So this is a double-edged sword for me, and these individuals that are in this particular property, I see the inconvenience that they have by having the extra traffic in front of their house, not necessarily your traffic. They maybe should be contributing some, but this is the plan that we've set out, is that a new development is, i.e. supposed to be causing the problem, is supposed to pay to mitigate the problem. Now, is that 12,000 pays for the whole thing, or is it a cost share?
So, Mr. Reed, through to Councilor Gender, so what the County of Stettler does is that amount invoiced through to Mr. Wilson and Bar W covers the 1,450 meters roughly of an 8-meter wide road. One application of MG30 that will basically last them through the peak of the season for the dust control on that surface. County of Stettler does fund areas on that road surface to fill in the gaps between the residences to aid in the fact that for us then to run a grader up the road and grade a small portion and then go back to a dust control and a small portion and back to a dust control. We save a lot of time and effort just by adding that NG30 to fill in the gaps in between.
Okay, so it's how long is that road, like versus what we would do?
I would have to do some calculations.
Just so that we know how much county's.
1.1 kilometer done, is that what you're asking? How long the stretch was?
Dust control.
But where I like to rip out with you, that dust control was done for Quinn, and it was done for those residents. It wasn't done for me.
And I had to do my own. I am agreeing with you, and I agree with you that that's who it is for, that's my point.
So Quinn didn't have to do it.
Right. However, he is also, previous to your development, was not requesting dust control. So the idea is a new development comes in, causes a problem, but
We're not the problem
development
yet.
should fix and mitigate the problem. That's,
We're the least user on the road.
and that's why I said it's a double-edged sword, because that is a proof that has to be put out there. And to Mr. Stevens,
I think he's a pretty smart guy, and he agreed with me.
but to the fact that if you turned around and you were fully full, let's say come June of next year and you're fully full, there's a lot of traffic, and then we're on the backside trying to fix the problem. I think that's what Mr. Stevens was saying. We need to get ahead of this. We're trying to get ahead of this. I put the dust control down before your development, expands huge. And I think that's what we're trying to do.
Well, that was sure a problem I'd like to have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it does become a problem for us.
Your hopes mirrored our expectations. You were hoping to fill all your lots.
I knew it wasn't gonna happen by now.
Well,
and you did too, bro.
I'm not in your market. That's outside of my wheelhouse. That's why I don't believe in municipalities investing in businesses. It's not our wheelhouse. But we were after the same thing. You're in business. You want to fill these lots. With filling those comes traffic. We want every business in our county to be successful. But you got to plan for the peak. You can't plan for the lowest.
You can't start with the peak from day one and that makes no economic sense.
Well, when we were processing this as an MPC, we did not create a traffic study. We can only use the information that was given to us. And I appreciate that came from a previous version managed by someone else. But until we have more accurate information, that is what we have to make a decision on. And I sympathize that there was some background and you may have been caught in the crossfire there. But it wasn't us that gave this information. It wasn't us making up these traffic numbers. And until we have something more accurate, that's the numbers we have to deal with.
And also to start with, Keith, the first conversation was pavement. We have changed a lot since pavement. And then the next conversation was dust abatement, not dust control, but dust abatement supplied by the resort on a daily, or on an as-needed frequent basis that they have, were watering sections of the road, so, which didn't work either. We know, we saw the results of that. So as we work through this whole thing, it has been reduced to oiling, and now we're sitting talking about oiling, but originally there was talk of pavement, so we just have to have that as part of the development of that resort that was part of the discussion right up from the get-go. And the biggest concern at one of our town halls too. Councillor Nyberg and then Councillor.
And I think, and I'm not sure this is going to give you much solace, but we are going to be in more negotiations and more conversation with the Village of White Sands to do something different with that road go forward. They full know that there is a large portion of the traffic is theirs. And we full know that a large portion of the traffic is theirs.
we just have to sit down and have that conversation with them. That's, unfortunately, that does put you in a tough position right now. So, again, getting back to that, I think Councillor Stevens is giving you a little bit of inclination of getting us more information. Right now, what I have is that you have 45 trailers in. I don't know what that needs as far as traffic count for you, but maybe there's something you can do to get us more information for that. To say, okay, this is the reason that I am concerned about paying $12,000 for this control.
Well, the guy sitting on the hill, admit it, there's far more traffic from beside me than we've got. So there is somebody that's
I have no doubt that more traffic outside of your resort uses that road. But here, once again, we go back to the information point of view. So, I don't know whether it's county residents. I don't know if it's White Sands residents. I don't know if it's just tourists passing through. There is some ag out there. There is a few oil and gas wells that are still there. I think they might be shut in, but this is the problem. We can guess, but that's not very effective as to where the traffic is coming from, right? And from a fundamental principle, when a development happens, we as a county want to be pro-development. We want everyone to be successful. But the yin to that yang is we want to mitigate the side effects that come along with that development wherever possible. And one of those side effects was traffic. And you have been a good partner in this, in road contributions for future upgrades. That conversation that we had, we did a South Shore traffic study. And we did it in parallel with our municipal partners. The long-term plan is to upgrade this road, which I think would help you out because I believe a paved road would be more attractive for you in your development.
Depending on the cost, I agree.
And this is the long-term goal. This is what we accepted as the long-term plan. This is what our municipal partners accepted as the long-term plan. And this entire topic goes away. It mitigates development and any side effects it has on the area.
Councilor Stolberg, you had your hand up?
Yes. Yeah, I just reiterate, my argument is that I think that White Sands traffic has to be a part of the equation rather than dependent on the developer. That's my point.
So, to kind of move this forward, we're not going to do any more dust control yet this year, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That is correct. There will be no more.
When do we typically start looking and booking at the dust control?
So we will be back into the applications received. Will be again in the spring, I believe.
Deadline date is in.
Sorry.
Prior to the May long weekend.
Yeah, previous to May.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we.
We have one motion on the table right now.
Which one is that?
That was from Councillor Gender that's
To put 200 meters
in front.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So we'll have to call that first and then we'll have a second motion. Councillor Gender has a motion on the table. You have that recorded, Michelle?
The only thing, Mr. Gender, is if I could, before you made your motion, I don't know if we had all the information that we were filling in the gaps for no. So basically what your motion is saying is that we continue with Mr. Wilson's program and we basically stop paying for the dust control in between the portion that he's paying for. So I'm not sure that does anything for him. It does nothing for our ratepayers other than maybe lowers the price for our ratepayers a little bit.
Councillor Gender?
So is the county paying for some of this dust control?
No.
You said that we did in between the two.
No, the only, like, the road that's in question, Craig, I may need you to help and Andrew. So the road always in question with this development has been 20-4 and 40-2. Or I got that backwards, 40-2 and 20-4 coming off of 835. So there's two residents, I don't know if they're full-time, on 40-2 down by 835. The county covers those off with our intersection program, right? We dust control the intersections that have high traffic on them so that the dust doesn't blow it into the highway and you have an awful traffic accident. So that part of this road is covered by us. Then closer to Bar W pays for that dust control, and that was part of the arrangement that council agreed to when we got objections from the residents.
I misunderstood when Mr. Jackson said that we were paying portions, the missing, just so that it saved us money in the long run.
It's just hard
We didn't want to do the maintenance in between every dust control.
Yeah, you're picking up your blade all the time and moving to a section that doesn't have dust control. This year, it wouldn't matter where it was, it would blow into the properties, but that gets very onerous and then your dust controls get really full of potholes.
No, and that's my misconception. Sorry, Mr. Gender.
Councilor Gender?
I think what we can really relate to is, say, like the Botha Cemetery, when you go there, it's a hit and miss in there, so that's when Mr. Clark said, how about if we do everything, because it is difficult down there. But the only thing that I would like to add on to that, say, like the motion is, maybe you can help me, James, with, or someone with the wording, say if it does pick up, say, like on the amount of travel, traffic that you get, then council can then have another look at it, have another discussion. But for the temporary or short term, hopefully it'll assist you.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Just a quick comment. Doing a fast calculation with our mapping software. Mr. Gender's 200 meters motion would not get us to the first residence on that road. And I don't know if maybe Mr. Teal can maybe then comment whether or not that does suit or fit with our development agreement or not.
Basically, with the wording, Reeve Clark is dust control to the satisfaction of the county is roughly it. So we do have that latitude on how we do it and how far we do it.
If we bring this if this motion comes forward and fails, we can still have further discussions on direction. Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. And you said the 100 meters, which would cut short of that.
100 meters each way.
Yeah.
Yeah, from meters.
Can I just ask a clarification question? So the dust control 100 meters to the north of the intersection that goes into Bar W, does that get us to the boundaries of the Summer Village White Sands?
No.
And that's a concern for us, especially with the new golf cart bylaw that's in place. So you want to make sure that we're not dusting out guys in their golf course. And we did designate that part of the road as an area that they could travel.
Excuse me, I don't think you're calculating that now, though.
I thought we were going right up to the...
No, previously the Salmons had paid for dust control along that curve there.
So maybe something we have to look at when we're in budget this year, because with that golf cart bylaw in place, you could dust those guys out and not see them for half an hour.
Mr. Gender?
Yes.
Could I just propose that you pull that off the table, that motion, and that we have administration bring back a little bit more information on how dust control can be changed along this road. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, I'm just thinking we may be jumping the gun a little bit with making 200 meters. I think we need a better look at this, and I'd like to look at a map, and I'd like to look at the residents that are involved, and I'd like to get a little bit more information on a go-forward basis. We're not in a panic right now. This doesn't necessarily need to be done, but before spring and before we
do it, send you a bill, we should have a little bit more educated discussion on this. Would you be okay
I
with
have no problems with that at all.
pulling that off the table?
Because it also relates back to say like with their finances or for the tax side, by all means, no problem at all.
Okay, so Andrew, we're okay pulling, he's okay pulling that off, and then we can have another motion directing.
Yeah, as long as the whole of the assembly is okay with it, it's by consent, because the motion technically belongs to all of council, not a councilor. But if there's no.
So we have to have a vote to say.
No, as long as there's no opposition.
Is there any opposition to pulling that motion off the table?
Okay.
Okay, let's pull off then, thank you. And then,
And, Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we instruct administration to bring back more information on the dust control cost and distance. What's the road number that we're dealing with? If you know?
20-4.
20-4.
And
40-.
As it concerns to the Bar W development.
which we've also got requests in to have a look at a dust abatement policy. So it could be walking somewhat hand in hand with that too, in front of residents and those pieces also.
I think it makes sense to wait for that applicant at the one cabin to get processed before we make a decision. Because if no one's residing there, who are we protecting? But it seemed like that was their plan all summer long, and it's slowly coming to fruition, so I think it's good to know that decision
And the
first.
topic with White Sounds also with the known traffic. Councilor Grover?
And we did make the decision that RW is part of the decision making where he would like it, he's gonna pay for it where he'd like it, and I realize that we're gonna do the best job we can, but that he is part of the.
This all ties back to the development permit, the original.
He's part of the negotiation, that's all.
That's why my motion says that.
So does it
As
have
pertain to the Bar
Part of that, does it have to go back through MPC also?
No.
No? Okay, at this point it would be at the council table, okay?
No, just for information, most people will move into a campground in the fall or the spring. So it's not like we're gonna have 100 people move in mid-season. So I see no reason we can't work with Greg and we have a conversation well ahead of him having to get his calcium ordered, his deadlines.
And that's what I was hoping.
And when does your season close, Mr. Wilson?
September 30, end of
So
September.
we're coming up here in a couple days, or just a few days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we need more information, more maybe requested from Mr. Wilson as part of this too. Okay, Councilor.
The White Sands does contribute some money to the county of Stettler for road maintenance.
For 40-4.
Yeah.
Oh, just,
Yeah, that was back to Highway 56 on 40-4, yeah. And which seemed to be relatively successful since we started doing that. I would think from what CEO Cassidy said earlier today, it should be an indication that's working also better up there.
The increased maintenance schedule has really helped that road. It's not perfect, but it is.
And we still
markedly better than
We
it
still
was.
shake our heads by doing that, taking it to 56, and how many people still travel the bar, or that still amazes me when you only have to go is it 1 mile further to 56?
Of gravel?
Yeah. 2 miles further.
It would be equal if you went the Bar Harbor Road or out to 601, it would be roughly the equivalent amount of gravel.
Okay.
Okay. So, we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Thank
Not
you.
exactly what you wanted, but at least
It's certainly opened up a lot more discussion, Mr. Wilson.
So for next week then, or is it the week after? Who do I talk to about that? Yvette's working on that now?
Yeah,
You get back to me?
we'll put you on delegation for the October 8th meeting, and we'll pull as much information as we can administratively.
And if there's any questions
Yeah.
that pertain directly to Mr. Wilson, we'll get, so he's got the information also.
Yes, well, I'm sure we'll be having a couple conversations with them. So.
Okay, thanks everybody, have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, back to 6.4, incentive plan for residential lots. Counselor Stevens?
There's been an increased emphasis on our residential lots, in particular Erskine and Botha with sales. I feel like Councillor Nyberg was one of the champions of this. I know that we're having a housing shortage and like there isn't much available for sale or rent in our area. And I was wondering if we could come up with an incentive to help this cause. Won't solve everything, but it could possibly spur on some more options. What I was kind of envisioning was opening it up to our local contractors if they were interested in doing a spec house and then list it for sale. Would we defer the purchase price and the property taxes for up to 2 years or the date of the sale, whatever comes first? It would remove some of the risk from our contractors. They build the spec house, they list it for sale. Right now, we own it, we're not getting anything for it, so it really doesn't cost us a penny. It just removes some of the risk from them and gives them a time frame to work with. And I think some of our local contractors, if they ran into a slow period, would probably be interested. We had one that built an RTM. Still sitting there. And they're trying to come up with new ways whenever they have windows where they don't want to be sitting on the couch. But what I found in the real estate market is people want solutions now. They don't want to buy a lot in a year, it'll be built and then we can move in. People are moving here, they need somewhere to live immediately. So I think this would be a pretty low risk option to the county to try and incentivize some more residential builds.
Councilmember?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. And I'm agreeing with you, Councillor Stevens, on this one. It is one of those things we heard at our meeting with the Municipal Affairs Minister from the town of Stettler. They have done a housing study for sure, that there is really almost a 0% vacancy within the community of Stettler. As far as rental properties, the sales seem to go in multiple levels where one sale will trigger 3 sales because everybody's waiting to make the move around. And I do think if we're going to encourage new growth, it has to be done, like you said, for that, having something new out there for people to purchase. And if we want to have new employees move to this community, I know there's a number of businesses that are struggling to find quality employees, the biggest one being somewhere to move. We just did with the Housing Authority, we just hired a new CEO, and one of the questions that was an out-of-town applicant asked, what's the housing market like? Would I be able to move? And we were, seriously, we made the offer we could put them in lodge for a temporary time to give them somewhere to stay, but there was not a lot of properties around town. I think that's right up the right alley anyways.
Councilor Grover?
I don't know if that's a very good incentive to do it. RTMs are like a built house. They build them inside, they're perfect. My daughter has one, moved it in. It took them all of an hour and a half to set it on the foundation. It was built, and voila, you got somebody living in the house. To put it over 3 years, maybe would have, could have, should have. I don't know about that. I don't know if there's that many builders in the area to build a bunch of houses out there either. But if somebody moves in a RTM, they can move it in on that now?
Yes.
But we also have trailers up there too, yeah?
Well, depending on which lots you're talking about.
There's modulars and there's RTMs.
I don't think it should be specific to one area. If we're gonna do it, I don't care if a builder wants to build a spec house in NDA on one of our lots. I would question whether that's the best market for resale, but all the power to you.
Yeah, I guess it,
And it's still what skin is out of our pocket. It's an incentive. The only time it's used is when somebody wants to move forward and try that. Councilor Stobart?
Just a question, would that apply to anybody that does a new build in our hamlet, that would get a tax break, or just the construction?
I was trying to open it up to our construction companies to actually create some. I mean, it's trying to find a way of getting a few more houses, because right now, we're gonna be waiting 15 years for that subdivision to fill out. That's,
And I follow your line of thinking, and I do see the house that's ready to go just on the east side of town, and my thought every time I drive by it is somebody should plunk that on a lot in Erskine, and then it's ready to sell. Somebody would probably buy it, but like you say, they don't want to have to purchase a lot, dig a basement and all that.
They've also got cost to tie in all their services and everything, so there's
And
those
they
costs.
probably need a garage and a whole bit, so.
Councilor Gender?
So this incentive bylaw, does it pertain just to businesses or is it residential?
The current bylaw we have drafted only applies to non-residential, as that was the only option at the time that we started. Residential tax incentives just started being an option about a year ago, and the ability to defer taxes remains there as well. I believe council's ability to sell a property they own with a delayed collection, or to do a deal like that for a show home, would be part of your natural person powers as your properties. I would maybe suggest that Craig speak to a bit of the history, or you would have more experience than I would with deferred lot purchases.
Thank you. Actually, just a little bit of background. So when I was with Innisfil, I was responsible for the development of the town's subdivisions and also looked after the purchase and sales. We use very much the system that Councillor Stevens, I think, is describing. It's not a tax break. It's our choices that we make as the vendor, as the developer. So we're wearing that different hat, not the bylaw hat. And you can choose to structure things like you must build by this date, you must pay us by this date. So you can make that program work. One of the added benefits it had for us, I know it's kind of, Innisfil seems like it's booming, it's in the corridor, but up to its competitors on that corridor, it's a sleepy, similar, slow residential growth. And that was also the tool that we used to sustain having our trades still in our area when the time came for them to go work on other things. So you wouldn't need a bylaw to facilitate this, but it does very much go to the question of council's policy on land sales.
We have Councilor Gender, Councilor Stevens, and then Councilor Nyberg.
This one tends to kind of mirror the federal, when
Build
Paul
Canada
Yev
Fund
had mentioned, okay, with the GST up to $1 million to be exempt. So like, I find that there's no problem at all. Because once you've got that house planted and someone signs, you've got that fish on a hook.
I do think that staff needs to look at this, because there is some unintended consequences. We'd have to put in some controls or maybe some caveats. I don't know exactly what that looks like, and that's why I'd like to put this back to staff to draft a policy for us to discuss. I wouldn't want a developer to come in, buy a whole bunch of lots, sit on them for years in the hope that the market is going to increase and they can flip them for 50% more. Like that's not moving the needle whatsoever. So there does need to be some controls in there. So I will make the motion to instruct administration to draft a residential building policy and bring it back to council.
So a couple of things. Is this going to be open to any developers outside of our community as well? Use your plan.
I mean, in a perfect world, everyone wants to support local. I don't know the legalities of that. And I'm sure administration can bring us back options, but I don't, under our U.S. trade partnership membership. I'm not sure if we can pick and choose.
That's not the name of it anywhere, change the name again.
It is NUS partnership trade agreement still. It does have some exceptions for incentives, so, but administration would like an opportunity to research.
Like, an interesting concept though to look at, to try and get a build out, and our risk is only that we're gonna get some houses built.
And just the other comment I would have, I don't have a problem looking at this policy go forward because it's an opportunity for us. We're not making any decision here other than, let's look at a policy. If we don't like the policy when it comes back, we don't do it. It's that simple. So, yeah, no, I think this is a good idea to investigate for sure.
Clarification,
And I would be voting for it.
You like some clarification?
Mr. Chairman, do you have a timeline on this?
I don't think we're moving into the busiest building season, and there is no way this happens. This month is, and next month is a write between the election training, so this realistically won't come in till the winter.
Okay.
It just.
So into the new year.
So say, bring it back January, February of 2026.
When it is complete and you feel that you have all the information.
Okay, thank you.
January or February, please. Councilor Gender.
Not putting the pressure on you, but yesterday would have been just fine.
Again, farewell speech.
That's it. Councilor Gender, thank you for your thoughts. Okay, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, I think lunch has arrived. Justin? Recess for lunch? And we will move to, we're showing it in camera, but we'll move to fire update, which I think we can discuss out of in camera. It has been a section that we've been carrying forward meeting to meeting, but.
Also, there's an RFD, Mr. Chairman, 7.8,
Okay.
that we asked Ivan and Troy to come.
Okay, so, okay, we can move to the RFD and then go to the update. Okay, so we'll move to 7.8, and then we'll go into our update.
Sure, I'll let you introduce it, but this is basically we bought a truck, we need to put stuff on the truck.
Yeah, so we can see him.
This is for our Squad 2 that just arrived in Calgary the other day, actually. So it's getting worked on. They're just doing all their add-ons right now. And this is for the upfitting, get you your lights and sirens, bumper, all that stuff for the emergency side of things. And also the other one is the cap. It's a tub style cap for emergency services. It's a welded aluminum tub. A little more spendy than just your regular cap, but it's something we need if we want to keep the dust out of the back of the squad kind of thing. So that's what we're looking at. There's quite a difference in the two quotes that I have here from Megatech and Jacked, and that's my mistake. Jack, I had a good conversation with him, and he kind of got more of what I was looking for. So he's included a bumper in there that's kind of more in keeping with what we were looking for. It's a steel bumper rather than aluminum satina bumper that would be what they have on the peace officers' vehicles kind of thing, right? So it's a little more protection on the front side of a full-size truck like that. Probably could withstand a deer strike and keep rolling, right, without moose. You're probably still getting towed away, but it might save your life, I guess, so.
Let's turn on the heat. Use the siren.
I like to think of it as their resilience against gates.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I may, Mr. Chairman, one of the questions was about moving the lights and sirens from the Squad 6 over to the new one. They don't work that great, and they're quite old. Troy can probably speak to them, but I know that almost every time that the Squad 6 is in the shop, it's to do with the lights and sirens. We're really struggling. And I think we were also hoping to be maybe able to keep Squad 6 intact for a little while longer, and maybe it would get some use at the Big Valley Station.
Yeah. Yeah, if we can move it along, we'll basically keep it as is for Big Valley to utilize. Denalda, since we brought Ben on back in 2023, and he had quite a distance to respond to haul, we outfitted him with functionally what is a squad unit. It was, again, kind of a hand-me-down unit, but Big Valley is also a very active haul, and we can see some of the benefit to having the platoon chief being able to respond directly to scene.
Councilor Stevens?
Yeah, my question was just strictly clarifying if any of this could be reused to save some money. It's a requirement, I get it. In order for this to function, it needs to be properly outfitted. I just wanted to make sure that we were covering all our bases and there was nowhere else we could find costly things. But I will put a motion forward that the county of Stettler approve the purchase of the truck bed insert storage from Out West Design Fabrication for $15,800 plus GST, and that the county of Stettler purchase lights, sirens, and decals from Jacked Up Custom Trucks for $33,603 and 71 cents plus GST.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay, now to our update.
Yeah, for fire update, there's a couple things. So the joint meetings between the town and the county councils, we think hopefully has worked through the impasse we reached on the transition agreement terms. So we've provided the town with a draft updated agreement for their consideration, and we're just waiting to hear back on that. So hopefully after we have that resolved, we will be able to move forward. We did include it in the latest draft. Previously we had put in a clause that we would give 3 weeks notice effectively before a move up date. And at this point we are ready to set that date, so we have put a hard date in there of October 14th for the department to be operating out of the new hall. We are feeling confident that we'll have the last of our gear by then, the most important stuff. Left Red Deer, I think yesterday or the day before, so that's the bulk of the PPE, and I feel a lot better about setting a date now that that is just almost within reach. And then on the commission side of things, the other part of the move forward, we met with the villages and summer villages last Thursday night at Whitney Fire Hall to go over their questions about the draft model. We presented draft bylaws to them. The summer villages had plenty of questions. They had clearly reviewed the materials quite well, which I appreciate because I didn't give them a lot of time with those materials. And so we're now, our next step will be to send them a letter formally asking for them to join and to pass a resolution. Each of us will have to advertise that resolution, and it does include the requirement to have a first board of directors set. So especially with the nomination results out of Big Valley, I can presume that won't occur until after the election because they have no continuity and they are acclaimed. So that it will likely be deferred to their new council to decide who they want sitting on that board.
So could the current council appoint a new councillor? This is just a thought in my...
They would have to be comfortable with that, and...
Well, I'm just wondering, because I mean, plausibly, that's what could happen. I could appoint you, whoever the individual is, you could actually appoint them by name, and if that other council agreed to it, it'd be, yeah, interesting. No, just a thought.
Yeah.
They hypothetically could, but I think it gets more difficult when you're getting 5 to appoint future councils. Like, for us, for example, we have two councillors acclaimed, so it would be easy to appoint those, but the other 5 are, we don't know how that's gonna last.
Actually, Denaldo would be the only other one we would be looking at because the summer villages have both had their election already. So they're members.
They're in the process, yeah. Well, that's good.
It is still difficult to try.
So when does the commission hit the ground, do you think?
So as soon as, so the next steps of the commission are, once everybody's chosen that, yeah, we're definitely committing at least to the initial inception of it. There could still be a clause in the initial bylaws that gives them an expedited out at the beginning if things go off the rails as far as, you know, a member were concerned. So they would be, once they've made that commitment and they've appointed whoever will sit on the board of directors on their behalf, then each of the 5 municipalities need to advertise a resolution for 2 weeks. Fortunately, that resolution is not subject to petition, so we don't have to wait 60 days like you see with a market lot or a sale of a lot of market value. So after that 2 weeks has passed, it's basically each of the council's next council meeting, they can pass the resolution, and then we submit those copies of those minutes to municipal affairs, who then updates the list. And once the list is updated, that is what functionally incorporates the commission. So still on track likely for end of year. I mean, honestly, at this point, it would be probably most convenient if it started January 1st. I don't know if the minister will give us an effective January 1st so that I don't have a finance team that's trying to do an audit on books for 2 weeks out of December kind of thing. But because all of the same financial rules that apply to all our other commissions will apply to this one as well, including the requirement for returning financial information returns and audits and all of that good stuff.
Stevens? Has that letter went out to our other 4 partners yet?
Not yet, it will by the end of the week.
Do you need a motion instructing?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt, yeah. If you wanted to make a motion to instruct administration to send letters to the summer villages and villages requesting their participation and appointment of a member for the board of directors for the Heartland Regional Fire Commission.
What he said.
I will make that motion.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
So I heard you mentioned Heartland Regional, that's the name that's been landed on?
That is what the members at our, what I'm functionally calling the steering committee, though it's not officially formed as such, but what each of the members at that meeting agreed to by consensus.
Yeah, sounds good to me. It's not as confusing as getting something too close to the old, so.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councilor McKay.
I just got a comment, and I'd like to thank the manager of fire, the county fire chief. Denelda has got a brand new set of jaws lights, so we can put our old one in retirement, which should have been in retired a long time ago. So the firefighters are just enthused and are pleased with it. So as soon as we get a vehicle or two there, we'll be working with them just to test them out. So, and thank you again for bringing that to us. It's much appreciated.
It'll hook you up.
Just as an update for the council on our commission meeting, it was fairly positive. Our other members were very engaged, asked a lot of questions, which was good. That's what you want. If you're gonna do something, you wanna be fully comfortable that you're making an informed decision. They seemed quite interested. 2 of them did indicate that they were going to reach out to other municipalities to get what services they would be willing to do, which, once again, that's their job. If they don't do that, they're not making an informed decision. But they seemed interested. It seemed to make sense to them that the best level of service, both in proximity and apparatus, is what we could offer. And it was kind of promising. It really was.
Excellent. And then one last point, actually, that just reminded me of, the representative from Denalda at that meeting did comment on the fact that they haven't engaged Forsberg any further than before, and that they would appreciate a formal extension to the current contract we have in place to take us to the end of the year, when the fire commission should be fully formed and that they would be members of receiving service from.
Do we need a motion for that?
So that would be a motion just to propose to the village of Denalda that we extend the current fire service agreement until December 31st, 2025.
Councilmember?
Question on that, because under that program, that was both the town and us that did that.
No, Big Valley and Denalda were always just us. It's the summer villages that were checking.
Councilor McKay?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve the extension until December 31st.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
And I think that covers it for fire.
Is there any other questions before we?
I'd just like to make comment. We were told that it was gonna be October 16th, and you guys beat it. So I like it when expectations are well met and then even better than expected. So that's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Councilor Stevens?
One more question on fire. We've been discussing this for quite some time, and we consciously chose to wait till so that we didn't unduly influence our volunteers. We worked on a benefits provider to get the volunteers on our benefits program. Now, we've let the dust settle. We didn't try and use it to pull volunteers from one side or the other. Everyone's made their decision. I would like to get that on the go sooner rather than later. The leaving it alone to not add more pressure to them, or in fairness to our partners, that ship has sailed, I would like an update as to when this could be initiated.
I would maybe suggest that it should be left to the commission board to formally approve that, because it will have budget implications that they will be responsible for. So that would be functionally a January 1st implementation along with the other changes, but it's something that we can certainly provide detail on what's being proposed.
So when the policy is written, we could bring it back to council to pass at the next meeting, but it is a county of Stettler policy.
Yeah. Well, to me, that's part of the charge for fees, is it's something we talked about in great detail, and something we felt we should be giving the volunteers that are giving so much of themselves to us. Councilor Nyberg?
And I'll be honest, I think it's also a huge incentive for your volunteer recruitment efforts, that going out, that if this is something that's out there, that you guys have an opportunity. I mean, it's not just our current members, but it's our future members that are going to have an opportunity. I mean, would I have joined the fire department if it wasn't there? I did, absolutely. We didn't have it back then, but it would have been a really nice opportunity back when I was young and thought I could jump into burning buildings.
Councilor Stevens?
We started this conversation before we even started discussing a commission. And I feel if it made sense for us then, prior to the commission, it still makes sense. And obviously the invitation would have to go out to the commission. But if we agreed with it a year ago, functionally, I think we do it now. And if it makes this much sense to all of us, then I hope it would make sense to our commission partners as well.
And that's certainly an option if the county wants to implement it and then propose that the commission take it over after. That's certainly an opportunity as well. If the commission wasn't willing to take it over because of the financial implications of it, this council could still consider supplementing it and funding it independently.
So payroll and everything would be separate with the commission, still conducted by the managing partner?
Yeah, so the commission will have its own employees, separate from the county of Stettler, being the managers, the chiefs, and then all of the volunteer firefighters. And so they'll get a paycheck with Heartland Regional Fire Commission at the top of it. Right now they get two checks, one from the town, one from the county. But then just like we do for Stettler Waste and Stettler Ambulance, we would be the ones who are processing that check, but it does come directly from the commission as their employer.
Okay, but the acceptance of the insurer for the benefits is through the county of Stettler, and we've gained approval through the county of Stettler, so therefore, that would still have to be through the county of Stettler.
I would suspect that we would be able to get that actually under the name of the commission as well, for them to take it over, just like Stettler Waste and Stettler Ambulance. Their benefits come via those organizations, but it is still lumped in to our insurer brokerage that does that.
I do agree with what Councilor Stevens has been saying, though. We've been working on this for quite some time. And I do think it's very important that we do offer that to our volunteers.
We'll put it on the October 8th agenda.
Councilor Grove?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea too. The ones that are trying to go and fight for both the county Stettler or the commission one and the town, they can still get coverage. That's what that young guy asked me. I want to know the answer to it.
Yeah, so the draft policy that you'll see next month will outline the criteria for eligibility. We're tentatively proposing that eligibility be set as you're eligible for benefits if you attend 20% of calls and 50% of practices.
And I agree with that process, because we don't want to exclude people that are serving both. We have entered this with a conscious choice of not adding any additional pressure on volunteers, no matter what they decide. And this is just further example of that. We're not we're not going to put additional stress on our volunteers. They've been through enough.
If I can expand on that, because I forgot to address the dual jurisdiction aspect of it. We have discussed it internally, and this would be subject to council approval, but we would be perfectly happy to accept training at other recognized fire departments as part of that eligibility requirement. So that if we've got practice the same night or the same week as the town, and, I don't want to burn out by going to 2 or 3 practices a week, we don't want that for our firefighters either, so we would propose that we accept equivalent training towards their eligibility.
But if it came to something specific to the grassland fires and things like that, they'd have to attend.
Yeah, we recognize that we won't have perfect overlap in the training we want undertaken, but Troy and Ivan have been working hard at developing a thorough and far out training schedule, not that kind of far out, a long-term training schedule, so that we can give that to the firefighters. We can share that with our colleagues at the town, and hopefully we can remove and reduce any redundancies that don't need to exist.
I'm glad we're bringing it to October each meeting, because this has been a big topic with this council right here. And I would like it to see that this is the council that has discussed it, debated it, approved it, and basically included those volunteers into that. It's a wonderful benefits package, so. Yeah. Okay, so that's with you stating that, we don't have to have any motions?
Yeah, no, I don't think well, actually, maybe just give us direction to bring that back on October 8th, then we don't miss it. I don't want to miss it.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we instruct administration to bring back the volunteer benefits policy to the next council meeting.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that will be carried. Thank you, fellas.
Public service announcement, semi-related to fire service. The annual food drive is coming up. It's October 6th, I believe. So anyone in the area, the fire department will be out, the food bank. ADCO is also a great partner that participates. If you have donations or food available, we will be going around. Another organization that always participates is all of our local football kids. They do a great job.
Okay, is there drop-off points though too? Is there gonna be?
I was wondering, maybe we should set up a couple, like they could come here and maybe they could go to the new fire hall.
Great, go to the new fire hall, people can check it out.
Yeah, and then that way people driving in and stuff can drop stuff,
Yeah.
Those of us that live outside the boundaries could have a spot to drop it off too.
Yeah, we could get Nikki to
Great.
look at wherever she plugged it.
And as well, Mr. Reeve, if there is any need for trucks, we've utilized county trucks as support vehicles to load the donations into as they follow around, so if that's needed, just let us know.
And I guess another statement on that is if you need additional hands, just make sure you put a request through Nikki too. And, depending on the day and stuff, I would certainly come in and give a hand with that too. Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Request of decision, review of intermunicipal collaborative framework with Flagstaff County. Do we need Craig in here?
No, I promised I would take this one.
Okay.
What page was that on, Mr. Chairman?
27.
Thank you. I do have it in front of me as well, I just want to get it on the screen. So this is just an extension to our ICF with Flagstaff. We're not required to have ICFs with our rural neighbors, but Stettler and Flagstaff entered into this ICF before the minister made the exception that rurals could get away with it. We did debate back and forth a little bit internally whether we should just drop it or extend it. And we decided at this point, because the ICFs are still being reviewed, that it's entirely possible they'll change the rules on us yet again, that it may be just best to extend it as written for another 2 years.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that forward.
Questions, concerns? What's your question?
One, what is a peacetime mutual aid?
That's mutual aid. Peacetime mutual aid, I think the term actually comes from post-war, but that is still how 90% of our mutual aid agreements are titled.
Fair enough, you just haven't heard it.
Okay, we'll call the question on that then. All in favor? And that is carried. 7.3, request for decision award of miscellaneous paving tender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll let Greg speak to this one, but this is, we did have some available LGFF capital grant funding because we use it for our gravel program. So we did, council made a motion, and thank you, they've started on it, 19.5. That's looking great. But we also have a few excess funds, as you'll see in financial. So we've identified some projects that we would like to see done with the remainder of this money, and there's still a little bit left over. So, Greg?
Absolutely. Mr. Reeve, operations went out for tender with these projects and received a single reply to that tender from Border Paving. In discussions and review, we did notice that Border Paving was the contractor that had also bid on the job in Gadsby previously for the paving of 2nd Street. After reviewing the tender result and the prices that were submitted then, we were very impressed with the price line that Border Paving they've held and submitted in this tender. So with that, we do have the options for consideration. We do recommend that we authorize council to authorize administration to award to Border Paving, and we carry out those projects.
My question is on the Gadsby 2nd Street. Is it safe to assume that our transition grant is pretty much used up in its entirety?
I think it's going to be very close, especially when we finish with the drainage, which we're hoping to have done in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And we don't, it actually, Border's timing, I thought, was perfect, because we would like the winter for everything to settle and then go in and put the final overlay on, as we promised residents we would do when we were done with all the projects.
I'm not downplaying the need or the project, just wanted to make sure that if it could be in the transition grant.
If there's anything left over, that's where I'll put expenses, and anything other than that will go to the LGF. But if a council approves it.
Council, okay?
If there's nothing else, I'll move that we accept the bid.
And just that as the apron that you showed in there?
So yeah, in discussions with that, we have placed priority on the apron for the fire hall to allow for the fire department to be able to park their trucks solely on a surface that they can clean, wash them, as well clean all the hoses to their full length and clean them without having to go onto any gravel or dirty or surface. So that is a priority, as well as the inter-pipeline approach for this fall.
And just to note, the inter-pipeline approach on a regular basis, we get requests because they drag gravel onto the road. They've been really good about taking it back, but it is a kind of a pain in the butt for anybody driving up and down there, so that's good.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That will be carried. Okay, 7.4, request for decision, dust control portion of Range Road 20-1. I don't have any page numbers up here. But
41, 41.
41. Okay. Okay. I realize now I haven't been saying page numbers, so let's.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, I can speak to this one. So what we've realized, we had a couple of county residents contact operations in regards to the town-operated road, portion of the road 20-1 that travels in front of their residence. As you can see in the attached picture, Andrew, if you can go to that, the residents are on the, located on the west side of the town-operated portion of the road. Previously, that road did have oil dust control that traveled up a large portion of the road. However, now that has been returned to gravel, and the newly oiled portion goes just north of the railroad tracks, basically just past the approach to the residence that is located within the town boundary, and then it is gravel. This road is utilized relatively heavily by multiple area residents and throughout the county as the machinery dealership that's located on the corner of 20-1 and Highway 12. Lots of times we've got traffic that is exiting and entering that location from the north. The residents, the county residents, had contacted operations and wondering what the options and opportunities are for dust control in front of their residents, as they had contacted the town of Stettler and referred to contact the county because they are county residents. This does mirror in some ways other locations that we have that the county residents do access their properties from a town-operated road. So what administration is looking is for direction from council to proceed with an agreement with the town of Stettler on offering some sort of dust reduction agent for these residents on that location.
Through to it, and is what's being proposed and requested, I get the agreement with the town over who's gonna maintain this, that makes sense to me. But, is this gonna be treated the same as anybody else that wants dust control? Would they be paying for the product that they choose? Or is this worded that we cover?
This is at the discretion of council to direct administration if you wish that the residents in this location handle the cost of their own dust reduction and the decision as to if they do want dust reduction or not. That would be within that motion to proceed. The distance in this location, basically from the point of the oil termination up and past the most northerly residence, is roughly 550 meters. So if council's direction is that the agreement includes that the ratepayers fund the cost of their dust control, as I mentioned in the request for decision, it worked out with MG30 to be on average of $3,400, just shy of $3,500 for 200 meters. So they'd be able to enter into those agreements with the county.
But we still need an agreement, if council so directs, with the town of Stettler to be able to apply the dust control.
Correct.
Councilor Gender?
I believe that this is gonna open up a whole can of worms for many more of them requesting it. That, one of the requests that I put in, that 7.11, that individual is watching this very closely, because he lives on a very well high-traveled road compared to this one. I do not believe it is high traveled, and I do not believe it is going to be justified.
So just to be clear, if I could, Mr. Chair, I think what Mr. Stevens was getting at is this is for us to enter into an agreement with the town. If we make the decision that the individuals have to pay for their own dust control, this is just asking us permission from the town to do an oil suppression on this, or a dust suppression on this particular piece of it. Who pays for it is still.
Yeah, two-part motion, instructing administration on how to handle it.
You got Mr. Gender. Councilor Gender?
On that aspect there, so if we put dust control on, say, Lake 852 north of Gadsby, to Lake by Quonset, that we have to get permission from the AT in order to put that on there.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the landowner would, that's usually how we handle it a lot of times. On the Linda Hall Road as an example, between 835 and 56, if they request dust control, AT has to give us permission to do it.
Councilor Stolberg?
I'll give you the motion to direct administration to proceed with an agreement with the town of Stettler to maintain dust control on 20-1.
Councilor Gender?
Friendly amendment to accept the owner's cost.
No, this is just with the town.
This motion clean, just it'll allow us to work on a town level.
Allows us to work on it.
Yeah, and then after that, you can decide the financial piece.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? You're opposed, Councilor Rowe?
Yes.
You're in favor of that?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Stevens?
I'll make the second motion. Instruct administration to offer dust control to these two residents under the same expense that anyone else would be paying in the county.
We need to clean that up because there are some in the county that for zero and some get a big.
And then they would have a choice also of which product? The same choices on the same application.
Persuade to our dust control program.
To prescribe to our dust control program.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
You got that, Michelle?
I think she noted.
Did you know? Okay. Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, 7.5, request for decision front mount shoulder maintenance tool.
44, page 44.
Page 44, okay.
Sorry about that, but just so I
Somebody
know.
won't pull up. Who did that?
Well, at least I know Paul's following the agenda. Absolutely, yeah.
I'll let Greg speak to this, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I was waiting for Councillor Nyberg to call bingo after Paul was.
Under the P, 44.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, a quick background on this. After our road tour that we had with DK Blades, there were options to potentially utilize a tool. It's a front mount disc tool on the grader that allows you to basically set and adjust the amount of pressure you would put on removing the lip and drawing back that material in onto the road surface, or you could utilize it the opposite way in cutting that shoulder and moving that material into the ditch of the road. With that, we had reached out to a municipality that utilizes for these and asked if they would be interested in allowing us to test drive one. At the time they were interested, however, as the time wore on, we did receive information from them that they weren't allowing any rental of the units because they had them in full use and did not have a time that they would be able to send them out to us. So with that, we did receive a quote on the purchase of one of the units, and there is video of the unit at the request of Councillor Gender, showing the, it's a short video just showing the use of one of these units on the road. I have spoke to this in the third quarter road report that's also included in the agenda, and the fact that this tool would allow us to be able to cover a lot of miles of road a lot more quickly and efficiently. With greater training and tool familiarity, the operator would be able to travel down the road at a quicker speed and being able to do the job that we're looking to do with that lip removal in a lot of these locations.
One question I have on this, Gregory, is the fact that I thought when we were talking about this with the road advisor, that he said it was wing mounted on the grader so that you could see it better.
This is the front mount.
Okay.
So basically this offers the grader the ability to be able to monitor the road surface and any changes in the road, as well as see the discs as the gang of discs and adjust the height of that as required as they go down. The same company does offer a wing mount, however, that does sit then back and behind the operator, and so there is that constant, checking your wing disc and then looking ahead, checking your wing disc. There's that bit of a delay where this unit sits right out front.
Councilor
I'll make a motion to go ahead and purchase this thing.
questions, concerns? Councilor Tender?
I just find like that may be good, or I'll say like along the top part of it, but like with the Capital One, with the gravel reclaimer that goes over the edge of the road, and I don't believe that we've given it enough time. Back in 22, Larry and I had gone out to the County of Paint Earth, and they had mentioned to us anytime that you want to have a demonstration or have training done on it, they would definitely come over and show us on it. So I just do find, say, like in the 3 years that we have purchased it, or say like council had agreed without, I'll say, Public Works doing it, we had purchased it, that we have not given it enough time in order to be able to really say, okay, how well it has performed for us.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councilor Gender, last fall and again this spring, we did utilize the Capital I Industry gravel reclaimer. In my third quarter report, I did make mention that it does work. I mean, and I have a picture there of the job that it does do. Our concern is that it doesn't allow us to be able to cover the ground that we wish to, and it's rather aggressive. So there are applications that the Capital I road reclaimer, the gravel reclaimer does suit for. The other issue and concern is that we have a single grader that's equipped and plumbed for the hydraulic use of the Capital I road reclaimer, as well as our Capital I mower that we use and utilize extensively in our mowing program for grass on the roadsides. So right now, we do still have our mowing attachment on the grader, and we are continuing with our second pass throughout the county of Stettler. So the entire summer long, when we could be doing gravel reclamation and lip maintenance on our shoulders of our roads, with the Capital I Industry, that would then interrupt our mowing program because we need to utilize the same grader for it. This attachment would be universal in the fact that it would mount to any one of our graders in the county. And so we would be able to do that maintenance, that road maintenance, throughout the entire summer season as the weather allowed for anyways.
Okay. Like with the Capital One, like when we did go over and talk with Paint Earth, they just said their best times are the only times I believe that they do really pull, say like over the shoulder, you said like when the ground becomes froze, and by then the mowing should be hopefully out of the road.
We've utilized it in after frost as well, but we've also utilized it throughout the spring and summer months just to see the wide range of its ability, because our window of opportunity to utilize the Capital I would be rather slim than if it's to the point where between frost and snow on the ground, you're limiting the amount of time that you could possibly use it. So we wanted to ensure that we were understanding its full capability and the season in which we could use it in, regardless of whether it's spring, summer, fall, or winter. The restricting factor is that it has to go on the same grader that we're running our mower with, and with the total kilometers that we're covering with the mowers, we do need that mower on the grader to make sure that we're going to cover our 2 rounds throughout the county in the mowing season. This unit here, the video here shows it basically as this is a retrieval of gravel that's in the first, let's say 1 foot to 2 feet of the shoulder. The operator would be able to, in other applications, basically take it and set it further down into the ditch to basically increase your slope if you required, or other applications with it. So you would be able to utilize it in a lot of applications.
Thank
road tour that day, Mr. Rude had really cautioned about bringing too much foreign material onto the roads, so I think this might be the ideal thing with, where you can have a little good control of the pressure and be a little less aggressive, just bring the lip in with just the amount you need without going too aggressive, so it looks good.
Counselor Nyberg?
And this will work on our baby graders that we're buying?
Yeah, absolutely. This, all of our front mounts, works for it all.
I think to Don's point, he was indicating the right tool needs to be used in the right application. There is instances where the material on the shoulders, you would probably be using this in the reverse, getting rid of that lip and putting it down into the shoulder, as opposed if it's got a ton of vegetation and organics or topsoil.
That makes sense. I know, I see, you could spin it the other way and it'll go, fair enough. Makes sense then, yeah.
So there is some training and operator discretion as to what the best way to utilize this tool is.
CEO Kowski?
Well, we do have quite a few flat roads, like a lot of them are in your division, Councillor Nyberg. But they're flat. That's the problem we have with the roadside mower, is we use it because we can't get a good width with any of the rotaries. I can, and you can see the lips when they get built up. This thing would bring it right back onto the road.
That's, as long as it's a tool that would be utilized along with the other tools that we have, I can see the use for it, but I really would, I want to see our other one used more, because I feel at right times and stuff, it really does help. And we've talked to a lot of municipalities that are using them and having good success with them too, so. Greg?
Just a quick comment. So, the nice feature of the Capital I mower that we are using is that it does deposit all the grass into the ditch. So when we go over these surfaces that we want to maintain the shoulders on and pull maybe some of that material back onto the surface, if it's a light disc, the Capital I mower moving ahead of this disc allows then for that grass to be mowed and pressed deep into the ditch and not remain where we would then be pulling it back up onto the road surface. So there is good opportunity to use these in tandem. And at the same time, the Capital I gravel retriever, in certain instances and circumstances, is a tool that would work very well in more aggressive approach. And definitely when you are looking to maybe not bring all that material back up onto the road. Or in that, when it's frozen, like a cold season, if you got an extended frost, then you'd be able to then work with that to be able to bring some of that material off the grass and back on.
You look at the mowers that we use to maintain the sites, and the greater mount mower now is probably the most used one we have for the mowing applications. But in certain circumstances, we're still using the rotaries, and we're still using the coon where we can't get to anything else. A variety of tools. We have a variety of types of roads.
Councilor Gender?
I'm all for buying the right tools for the right job, but I guess the part that kind of gets me is when we purchased that one gravel reclaimer 3 years ago, and we've only done 4 miles, and it got under my skin.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, Councillor Gender, I've been in my position for 1 year, and I've utilized that in every season that I've been in my position. So I guess if there's any indication of how much it was used previously, I can't speak to that, but I can too when I've been in my spot.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, we have a motion.
Just add one to it. Yeah, this will look really great on doing back roads, so you get equipment down them. It gets so rough you can't go down there at all. Grader goes down to a little sods. You run this thing with that little disc over it, flatten it out. It'd be a real improvement. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table from Councilor Grover, I believe it was, and we'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Okay, 7.6, request for decision cancellation of scheduled October 22nd, 2025 regular council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We believe that it's prudent to cancel the second meeting in October because the election is 2 days prior, and council will just be, they have to be formally trained before they can attend the first council meeting as per municipal affairs. So we're recommending that the Wednesday, October 22nd, regular council meeting be canceled.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to cancel the October 22nd council meeting.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Counselor.
When is my termination date?
Probably the 8th then, right?
We're gonna kick you to the curb sooner than later, you keep with all the speeches.
You'll know when the pink slip shows up in the locker, right?
Technically speaking, every counselor is still in office until their replacement is sworn in. So our plan is for October 29th to be the organizational meeting, so technically speaking, you're sitting counselor until then.
You probably won't be attending meetings, but if we had a crisis, like if we had a major storm, we had a flood, wouldn't that be nice? Or unfortunately a big fire, and we had to declare a state of local emergency, you would be the sitting councillor until we swear in your replacement.
Until the organizational.
Yeah.
So there is a possibility, say like with the.
And you're my
So there is a possibility to say like the next meeting could be called, or a special meeting called from the REIT then. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that will be carried. 7.7, request for decision, Festival of Lights 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let Nikki speak to this one.
Thank you. Through to the chair, the county has received an information package from the Stettler Festival of Lights. It's their 28th annual Festival of Lights this year. And we have some interest from staff this year to create a tree that goes into the tree auction. So that's before you for consideration today, along with the question of council's attendance, which has happened in the past, but of course is up to this council.
What's the date again?
The Festival of Lights Christmas Gala is Saturday, November 29th at 5:30.
Councilman Iver, do you have any?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that, I think what we've done in the past is we've bought a table and then went out to any of the councillors and their wives that would like to go. And then I would definitely encourage, if staff is looking to put a tree in, I would encourage that as well. So I'll make that motion that we again purchase a table, and any staff that would like to create a tree, I think that would be awesome.
And that could be their husbands too, if they were.
No, husbands shouldn't build trees.
No, I mean, counselors and their wives.
Husbands, yes, their spouses, absolutely, I agree with that, there you go. The very point. Going into the next election, though, sounds like 17 years of having no genders, so it's been gender full, now it'll be gender less.
Well, we'll be gender free.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, we last year and I think the year before, both of them, we bought 2 tables, but it doesn't matter to me, but if I don't have a table, I'll buy my own.
That is a valid point. There's nothing worse than having an empty table. Or if we don't have people
Usually
or.
it's never empty because if you can't go, then you send, get one of your big peers and their wives or whatever to go. Make sure it's full, make sure they're there so they can spend some money. Can't spend money if you're not there.
Back to Nikki, were we 1 or 2 tables last year?
I believe we've bought 2 tables the past couple of years, but we have had trouble filling the second table at times. So we can also buy individual tickets. So if you wanted a table of 8 plus individual tickets to cover the spouses or the second halves of the 7 counselors. We could do the number of counselors you have, plus their spouses.
Mr. Chairman, when, through to Nikki, when will we know, when do we have to let them know by to purchase a table?
They're gonna probably be emailing me within 10 minutes. Wanting us to reserve the county's table or tables, and then they do go on sale, I believe, to the general public on October 1st, which is before the election date. So there's no crystal ball here. Is what I'm saying.
They're already advertising. I think they go pretty quick, so I don't think this is something we can kick down the road.
No, I'm just wondering if we had one table and then we had a surge of people that wanted to go, we could buy a second table later on, but sounds like that's not the option. So I'll change my motion for us to buy 2 tables, with the caveat if we do not have enough counselors and spouses to go, we either invite staff, or we could give those tickets away through the radio or through some gift somehow. So it's a good support of a good cause.
It is great, especially with the more active our hospital becomes. Yes,
yeah, absolutely.
We have state-of-the-art labor facilities right now, which a lot of that has been funded by Festival Lights.
And these volunteers, they literally work their keisters off to make this happen. So it's a big operation. Least we could do is support them that way.
Any other questions on that? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
And just quick note, whose budget does the tree come out?
It'll come out of public relations and promotions.
Okay, that's what I figured you were going to pick up.
I really expect this fantastic display like we see at the museum lots of times too. Yeah.
We were already planning the museum.
Set that bar high already.
I'm feeling a little called out by that.
7.9, request for decision, boundary road memorandum of understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, did you want to go through this?
Yeah, so back in the joint meeting last spring, town and county councils resolved to take a more holistic look at the different roads we've got, and this was kind of on the heels of us requesting that service agreement to service and dust control the Anderson subdivision road. We undertook a fairly thorough review of both the legislation and the orders that have formed the boundaries between us and the town. And so there were some discrepancies from how we were operating. We've been operating under a traditional but oversimplified approach where everything on the south and west south and west boundaries were ascribed to that municipality. Whereas the appropriate approach is to only take the south and west rule if it's not otherwise described, and only if that is on a section boundary that has a road allowance. So applying that new analysis, we sat down and put together a memorandum of understanding that the town administration has agreed to. This was presented at our last joint meeting between the town and county councils, and barring one intersection in Stettler's East Industrial, we have no issues with any of the roads, but I shouldn't suggest that one intersection is an issue between us and the town. It's more of an issue of the town and us versus municipal affairs and how they decided to make that order. And we're trying to figure out creative ways to deal with that without it being the world's smallest annexation. So that is on the sort of future task list because it's not super pressing.
Alberta Transportation is that not the one that they're in?
I mean, it's
that apron?
No, so this is it's a little intersection in southeast or in the East Industrial of Stettler. The boundary road for Stettler is actually described by the old highway allowance boundary, and that just kind of jots up into what logically would be the town proper. And yeah, I got a few different ways I can interpret it, but none of them quite cover the whole road. So we will probably have to have a service agreement at some point until the town next annexes any land, at which point we will ask the minister fix that, I think. That's my preferred approach at this point, so. There were no objections or concerns raised by town administration or town council at the joint meeting. And I believe they plan on taking the MOU forward at their October 6th, October 7th.
Thank you, Andrew. Council Silver?
I'll move that the county of Stettler approve and adopt the Boundary Roads Memorandum of Understanding as it's presented.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 7.10, request for decision, replacement pump and motor for Botha Pump House and purchase of a replacement pump and motor for Botha Pump House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Randy's not here? No? Okay. So this is, this was put in last year's budget. One of our objectives going forward is that we have backup pumps for all our services, from sewer to water, because so many of ours are reliant, because the pumps are so expensive, we're reliant on one pump. If that pump goes down, we're down in a community for up to a week or 2 weeks while we're waiting for repair. So this is to replace the pump at Botha. And we did budget a certain amount. I'm not sure if we put it in. We might either have to take it out of operations or dip into reserves. Yes, we budgeted $45,000, and our lowest bid is $55,000. So we're looking for $10,000 to either come from operations or reserves by the end of the year. But this would allow us to have another pump so that if one did go down, and the one that's there right now is in need of repair, so we could put the new pump in, take the old pump out, get it repaired, then have it sitting on the shelf at the shop. And if the pump goes down, then we can immediately put another one in.
Councilor Lambert?
Just a quick question of what's the difference between 1 and 2 there from Sterling?
It had to do with the single shaft and the maintenance on the pump.
Yeah, so the more expensive one, I believe, was a solid shaft, versus the less expensive one being a hollow shaft. Well, I believe the less expensive one is utilities preference. It's a little bit easier to service, you can adjust the impeller a bit better, and it's just a lower overall cost of ownership.
Councilor Lambert?
I'd make the motion that we go ahead and purchase the Gould's Pump VIT, that number there, motor from Sterling Industries for the price of $52 plus GST for $55,302.91.
Councilor Gender?
I find these are the areas of where, so like when we come across Botha and Gatsby, we tried to lower their taxes as low as what we can, but there's that other incentive tax that in order to replace something like this, if it is specifically for that so-called village hamlet, that we do have funds set aside specifically for that. And that's where I've seen an opening of where we've got to look at the future, because there's going to be either Big Valley or Denelda that could be coming into here.
These, the two, the one we're talking about is a hamlet though, so.
It is.
Under our responsibility.
When we make the transition from this, from the village to the hamlet, put another fund aside, we're in reserves.
Again, with the farewell speech.
There he goes again. Greg?
If I may, Mr. Reeve, in our early budget deliberations for 2026, utilities, they have allocated funds for the purchase of another pump as we are working towards having that backup pump for all locations. So basically we have the ability, if there's something goes wrong, we have it on the shelf and we can make that adjustment immediately.
Water is quite an essential service, so if it happens on a Christmas morning or something and the person can get a pump changed out, it's quite...
Absolutely. Once you've locked into it and you've bought in, you're in. There's no stepping back.
We're also working forward in this direction with Sherwood McCollum, especially with the trunks at the reservoir. We need backup pumps so that we don't put down producers and communities for large length.
Councilor Gender and then Councilor Grover.
So is this the same pump that is utilized, or do they utilize the same pump in Gatsby?
We're trying to get there so that they're all the same. Yeah.
That's a question, yeah, and it's a little bit difficult too, going from having pumps in Botha when it's part of the Gatsby Water Co-op, every pump was different, every project had different pumps and mounting brackets, and like the vertical turbines were mounted totally different, so it is difficult to have a uniform pump in some cases unless you do major modifications.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, that was one of the sticking points that we've, in discussions, is the fact that the system has been constructed over, a number of years in different projects at different times, and each time, the quotes come in and a pump has been specified, and you're looking at dollars and cents, and they don't always match up. But now we're in operation maintenance with the system as it is, so it gives us the opportunity to purchase those pumps that will match up in different locations.
I'm glad we're using that kind of pump. They last forever. Some of them other ones, you get 3-4 months out of them. Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Steve?
No, right. Just wanted to discuss the standardization, and Greg spoke well.
Councilor Dave?
Just asking Councilor Nyberg, how are we gonna pay for this? We got 45,000 set aside for this pump, but.
Well, I was thinking it was just coming out of your per diem.
Well, I was gonna ask you if you would throw it up.
I actually, the area councilor I heard was gonna take care of it. No, Mr. McKay, I think we were explained to us by administration that it will either come out of reserves or we have 45,000 in operations. So either reserves by the end of the year, or if there is an operation surplus, it'll come out of
Just
reserves.
wondering if they need a direction for which
I
one
think
we
they
want
already
to
got
go.
a plan. Best if we stay out of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, 7.11, dust suppressant Liberal Road. Councilor Gender?
This one here, like I was requested to come up and have a look at a residence, at the amount of dust that's coming into this place. Give me kind of the history of the farm. It was 1903 when they come here, so it's been well established. And I took a sample of the material that was on the road about 2 days ago. I did bring it in here. Reeve Clark would not allow me to bring it into chambers. So, I just look at the amount of, I'll say, fines that are in there, that, Greg, if you want to have a look at it, by all means, it is in custody of of the Reeve. But by all means, I just mentioned to this individual that I would request a proper load, and also discuss with CAO Cassidy that we bring in a load or loads within his area that is very proper gravel. I had suggested to this individual 1.5 inches, and he kind of shrugged at it. But if we can bring in some of the gravel that we had presented to us a couple of years ago, that was on the north on the John Deere Road, 1 inch, I believe it was.
The 1 inch from the shop pit.
Yes. But that is what I'm requesting, see, like from Public Works, if they can possibly mix it into, say, like the product that is on the road.
Greg?
Mr. Reeve, through to Councilor Gender, I guess without disclosing the ratepayer, did this ratepayer previously have dust control in front of their residence?
Last year he told me he did, but not this year he did. Last year he did, but this year he bowed out on it, but he said definitely this coming year he will.
Mr. Reeve, if I may, I can give background without disclosing too much information personal wise. I've had discussions with this ratepayer throughout this year, discussion and visit on site in regards to the condition of his dust control was had. We did mention and talk to him about we would do our best to stretch it out. However, this year it did not last, and we were basically we went to site and told the ratepayer that it would have to be removed so that dust control was worked in, and that's why there is a large amount of fines in it at this point in time. The ratepayer had discussed with operations that next summer more aggregate could be applied to that portion of the road, and that he would re-enter into a dust reduction product at that point in time. So I do believe that operations has had extensive discussions in regards to this location. We do understand that the road, that road is very busy with agricultural traffic and It's unfortunate that the dust control had to be worked up this year, but it was to the point where, as in the policy and the agreement states that operations will work up the dust controls when we feel as though that it is necessary due to safety. And it was discussed with the ratepayers. So I believe we've conducted ourselves in the fashion that we should be when we're dealing with ratepayers, and the council has asked that we do reach out and discuss with the ratepayer previous to working up the dust controls.
Councilor Nyberg?
And thank you, Mr. Reed. I did have a look at the so-called sample that is in custody.
Is it eligible for bail?
It's in a bail, not up for bail. And I do, like Councillor Gender and I spoke a little bit on it and discussed it. I'm just wondering if there is a possibility of the fact that sometimes our loader operators, they get to the bottom of the pile, and just that they have the discretion to make sure that they are not digging into the bottom of the pile, because that sometimes has happened in the past, and that's almost what that looked like to me. Especially after Mr. Gender explained to me that it only seemed to be in that one spot, but the dust control might be an aggravating problem to the aggregate.
The one issue, I would have to double check, but it is possible that we did utilize our milling machine to work up this surface as it was previously an oiled surface, in which that you are going to see a far finer effect to that working it up. But it does allow us to be able to work it up without leaving behind a bunch of lumps, bumps, and all kinds of large item material. And then when we do add aggregate to that in the next rotation, it does give us a far better product to be able to reapply.
Councilor Grover?
So it was in protective custody and then nobody ruled with the evidence?
It just wasn't coming into council chambers.
No, I think that Greg will get that straight.
Okay. Councilor Gender?
Receive for information, please.
Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, staff, for the good explanation. Old business 8.1, Denali Reservoir update.
Yeah, just an update on, maybe not necessarily the reservoir, but we did, at the fire meeting a couple weeks ago, we did see a map of the new designated fill station, and it's gonna be very tight, so I was just wondering if administration had a meeting with the village of Denali, and if we were able to widen it out any, but I kinda doubt it, because they don't seem to be willing participants in this venture, so.
Okay, well, in a case like this, the administration has looked at that stuff, but
Yeah, so we are hoping, and we did meet with Ivan and Troy and Greg and Dan, Andrew and I.
Yeah.
And we went through the site plan. We're willing to move fences and reinstall. And we do think that we can make that site work, where we bring them in on the west side and they would exit on the east or vice versa if nobody was in the truck fill. And we believe that we have enough room to turn a B-train in there. But we are going to try it. Either Stantec's got a way of seeing if the radius is there. If not, I'm going to go up with a can of spray paint and I'm going to spray the road. I'm going to get the biggest gravel and trailer truck we have, and I'm going to see if they can go up and get in and out and spin U's in the site if they can, and still allow for a fire truck to park. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to go to the village and see if I can make an arrangement to either lease, purchase some land right next to it, or then maybe find an agreement to take over the road that they don't want us on, which is right beside the fire hall. At that time, we may have to look at upgrades. Also want to make it very clear that though the county of Stettler is working very close with Shirley McClellan on this is a Shirley McClellan project. Yeah. I have had several conversations with the village of Denali. They have given me all the invoices for the expenses that they've incurred to date on the reservoir. They still are yet to transfer the balance of the funds from the grant to Shirley McClellan. And I am working with Alberta Transportation to keep them informed of this project was supposed to be completed by December 31st of this year, so I'm going to have to apply for an extension.
Okay, Counselor Stevens?
This topic is, I'm finding it to be increasingly frustrating. Shirley and the member organizations thereof are extending themselves in the effort of making this service work for as many people as possible, to a huge benefit to a village that does seem to be putting up roadblocks on occasion. And how they can turn their back on a 75-25 grant to bring in a pumping station and reservoir that they sorely have needed for years, and then when a commission steps up to do it and you still can't find land, road access to allow others to help you, I get that this is the right path forward, that the people in Denelda deserve to be serviced properly, and it does help the commission by bringing phase 7 into feasibility by having that pumping station, so there's a mutual benefit. But surely our neighbors need to step up a little when it comes to this. It's getting a little frustrating.
I've got to add something here too, because I don't know if this request came from fire, like because they're the same building, or our maintenance department that's in the same building. But I have been absolutely thrilled that our reservoir is right beside our fire hall for water supply for our fire. I don't think you could have a better spot for it. So when I talked to the CAO about this, and from a Shirley McClellan basis, it's making it work. So like moving fences, et cetera, to bring a truck in, let's make this work, but we don't need any more roadblocks ahead of this, and I agree 100% with what Councilor Stevens is saying, but in order to meet timelines and stuff, this is what we as the county said we would do. And like, I know certain people that run wagons on gravel trucks that could turn circles where we're talking right now. So if you need somebody, we'll order a load of gravel from one of our trucking companies here, and he will put it wherever you want in there, if there's fire trucks parked or not. So this is, I know we've got numerous other individuals driving in here to load water, but if they can't drive that B train down a road, they shouldn't be pulling in, because it will be access, that'll be the type of access we have. And fire needs to work with it, and so do our other services up there need to work with it in order to get this water, this valuable resource into this community. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I was just gonna say, not everybody is as qualified as that individual, so
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about, but, yeah.
Public Works has been wonderful, and Denelda has been, the fire department, or our station in Denelda, I guess it's the county fire department, they've been good too. I understand their concerns. I mean, they have the station up and running, and things are going really well, and then all of a sudden, we're kind of coming in and taking over their plot. But yeah, Denelda's been coming right off the Shirley McClellan for years. Their reservoir standpipe is not in the best of shape. It's going to fail, and every time it has fallen in the past, we've been able to supply enough pressure to keep their houses with running water right off of Shirley McClellan. As Shirley McClellan gets more and more built out, and we know we're seeing that due to the droughts that we're in, we can't guarantee that anymore. So they may wake up one morning, go to turn on the tap, and there will be nothing there.
The way the existing system is, and there will be with what we're putting in, so that's key. Councilor Grover? And then
That's a repeat of what I was going to put in there. It's time, like, as we went along, we've used line pressure, they've used line pressure to run it. It's time to put it in and get it set up, because they're gonna be without any water when you turn all that other on. And then this year, it's gonna take time to build that reservoir. And I think either council, I don't care, like the Reeve or CO should meet with them, do it, or Shirley McClellan should say, we won't be able to service you
And it's really the county right now is trying to spot land for Shirley McClellan in order to put the reservoir in place is what's happening to make a workable system up there.
Okay, Councilor Dick.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but I do believe a lot of the implications are coming from the residents. They think that the reservoir and the fill station for sure should have been maybe put out in the county somewhere, not in town, and it's the residents that are trying to prop it up, and they thought that the standpipe should last another 100 years. Well, it's failing, like, good grief. So they didn't think they needed the reservoir, but no.
And that's really up to the Village of Denellen Council to be dealing with that, other than the fact if we need land. If we can't make this work and we need more land, then it's up to Shirley McClellan or the County of Stettler to meet with the Village of Denellen in order to find a spot to put this. But it's, I just find it frustrating when we've had the offer from the other members of Shirley McClellan to put this in, and I don't want to go back to another meeting and ever have to say, well, we're having this much trouble. We have to put it off because we can't find a spot to put it. So.
Well, the commission virtually gave the Village of Denellen $1 million gift.
Yeah. Councilor Stevens?
When the design plot or diagram is completed, could you send it out for our information? I'm trying to understand, but without seeing the design, I'm not sure if there's sufficient room, if we need to look at additional bollards, because in a large degree, I understand Paul's concern as a firefighter. When they respond,
Gotta get her out.
you're moving at a high rate of speed with the adrenaline going. It's not optimum conditions if it's tight quarters. So I get both sides. I just don't understand what there is for real estate. So once it's done, if you could send it out, that would be all
Right, and they do enter and exit the Denellen Fire Hall in front, and we have nothing in the front, absolutely nothing.
That's when I see that picture in my head, and I guess maybe I do have that picture from Shirley in my head, is the fact that, in order, the trucks are gonna have to be somewhere away from in front of the hall, or we're gonna have big trucks sitting in front of the hall in a lineup that would jeopardize traffic. Other than that, we should be able to make this work. And if it was one of our graders, I think they could, we could work around, that, getting them in for the maintenance bay. And it's from the south side also.
Right, and we would make it a no parking zone, and if, the CPOs are spending some time giving out tickets for the first little while till they get the message, that's what will happen. Yeah.
Just a quick note, Mr. Reeve, if I may, in that overall design operations looked at it, and we do utilize our yard space up there to store equipment in throughout the different months. We have 2 graders stationed, so there is always a grader station in the yard outside, as well as in the summer months we do keep mowing equipment and different pieces of equipment in the area that we utilize for maintenance. So we have shrunk that area down in efforts to ensure that there are proper turning radiuses for the trucks to be able to enter and exit into that. And we will look for further efficiencies if required. I'm not opposed to it in any which way, shape, or form. And what I do believe we have is an operable design that's in effect now. So.
And operable?
Yeah.
Not even operable.
No, and operable.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a real word. Okay.
Workable.
Yeah. Well,
I would like to thank you for the update, and I'll receive this for information.
call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, agenda items, memo 3rd quarter road report, is there?
If I may, Mr. Reeve, this is basically, as I spoke previously, something that I'd like to begin, and I'll bring quarterly reports to council going forward, just an update, much the same way as in the wintertime when I would send everyone out an update text as to what our services were going to be throughout the weekend and whatnot. I'd rather that you have the information in your hand and delete it than be sitting there wondering what's going on. So this is something that I would like to continue going forward, just a quarterly report on how we're making out with our roads in the county of Stettler, or any particular projects or programs that are ongoing will be updated in this. We can make it as detailed or as general as council wishes. I believe that the questions that will come to me from council meetings will give me direction as to what you guys will like to see as we move forward. But just with this right at the moment, if I could, I'll go through just point by point, and if there's any questions at the end, we can kind of discuss it a little further. But in regards to our gravel program, currently we have covered 280 plus miles of graveling in the county of Stettler through our gravel program. We expect that we should be done well earlier than what we had been in previous years, and as we have also throughout the entire summer been taking care of any patching and back road requests that have come in as well in a timely fashion. This year it seemed as though harvest came rushing upon us, so a lot of those back roads that are utilized by our area farmers, they needed it now. We were able to divert our forces and make sure that access was available to all the farmers that were requesting it in the back roads so they could get their crops off in a timely manner. So I do believe that was a very positive effect that we've had with our program this year. As well, we've also been quite a bit more diligent in our determination of what we require on a road and what roads require gravel. We have been keeping valuable information from our road checker and from our manager of the gravel program. And going forward, as we prepare our program for the next 3 years, we'll be able to set gravel on roads and have them in a tighter cycle, the ones that require more traffic. And as well, we'll also be using lighter amounts on roads that are less traveled but still require the service over a period of time. Road shoulder maintenance, as we spoke earlier, we have now purchased, or we will purchase a gravel disc reclaimer. Like I stated in that, we have utilized the capital I, and I do believe that it is a tool that we will be able to utilize as one of the tools in the toolbox, but it isn't necessarily the tool that will get us back on track, as we've received that feedback from council that we need to get these taken care of, and we've seen it with excessive rains, that there is water being held on the roads because of the lips on the shoulders.
Mr. Chair, I just have a couple of quick questions. So with both the capital I and this new lip puller that you're kind of, the video that we showed definitely showed that it was on a road that had considerably shorter grass. Are we going to tag team the mower and these two pieces of equipment? I know the one can't be because it's tied to the same piece of equipment. However, is it an opportunity to mow and then do this? Because that seems to be what they're showing on a regular basis when we see all the promotional videos. Maybe our loss is not getting the grass short enough to begin with.
No, absolutely. We will be utilizing the mower to travel ahead of our gravel retrievers. This year we did have an excessive growth on our roadsides very quickly, as we saw moisture conditions better than usual early in the season. However, we will be able to utilize that gravel retriever right behind the mower in a lot of instances, as we'll be able to cut the grass down quite a bit lower. And like I said, with that capital I mower, it deposits the grass deep into the ditch, so we won't have any concern with that grass coming back or being brought back up onto our road surface. Dust reduction. This year we did see a large increase in our utilization of MG30 on sites, mostly due to the fact that there was the cost increase to the light oil products that are available, the DL10. We have, at council's request, we have contacted our vendor. They have forwarded us the material that they have in their ability to forward that gives us a quality control of how they ensure the product that we're receiving is the product that will best suit and is what we're looking for to give us the dust reduction on our road surface. There was some concern. We will be reviewing our overall program with that vendor this year and trying to pinpoint any of the inconsistencies that we found in the product. However, this fall, any of the warranty product that we did receive and all of the product that we had this fall at the MG30 has performed very well. We're seeing excellent results with it, so I do believe that the diligence by staff and operations will pay off going forward for the ratepayers and their investments in their dust control. Bridge files, we are currently working on our second bridge file, bridge replacement. We had 3 that were approved for this year. The first one, council had approved the tender at the Gatsby one. It has been completed. We'll just finish up the reclamation work on, or sorry, the reclamation of the grass on it, and then the fencing that's required on both sides of the road. We have started the second one, which is the bridge replacement, removal and replacement with a culvert structure up just off of 601. Today, the aqua dams were being installed and the water pumping will take place, and then allowing the contractor to remove the bridge and start the culvert install. The County of Stettler is handling the project management on this, and we are taking over a lot of the actual work in order to keep the budget in line with what we were allocated from Alberta Transportation on these projects.
Go ahead, Councillor Chandler.
Just a question of Dave, Aqua Dam, what is it?
An aqua dam is basically the water bladder that will hold the creek back on the leading edge, and as well allowing us to pump all the water out downstream and keeping a dry area for the construction to take place, so that we don't have to worry about any of our compaction when we're putting in the culvert service.
I do have concerns with that. We're seeing if all of a sudden we've got a massive amount of rain come down, how does that dam ever stop it?
So working with Layfield Group out of Edmonton, they come down and we toured the sites. We do measurements of the depth, the current depth of the water in the creek. We do the creek bank measurements, and we make calculations. With that, those dams are sized specifically for the project. So in essence, right now, the dams that will be in place will allow us to hold back any of the runoff water that would incur from a large rainfall event and being able to complete. If there's any concern with water buildup, if we were to have an extended period of time of rain, we would be able to then, with our large pump, be able to pump around from the one side of the aqua dam around to the downstream side and be able to move water in that regard.
I don't know whether you want me to bring up a discussion here, or whether I can talk to you later about another system that could possibly be utilized.
We are somewhat, in some of these locations, restricted to what we can use. It's determined when we put in our applications with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, what we need to do. Because we do have environmental restrictions in these locations, they would not allow us to use dirt berms or anything else of that manner. It was aqua dams to ensure that we were going to maintain turbidity levels weren't going to be exceeded. We weren't going to cause any issues with the creek bed or the shores of that, and we also we are able to better monitor any of the fish and waterfowl and everything else like that. It reduces disturbance.
Because that's one of the contractor's biggest fears, saying, okay, as you're working on the base, all of a sudden you get a downpour, so there's no slack time in there, you've got to really get after it. So there are other options that a person could possibly utilize in there, that I can share with you some of it.
Sure.
Please, thank you.
So, moving on, Greater Beats.
I'd just like to bring something up at Bridge Files. The one that was south of Gatsby, I was down there 2 or 3 times. And the amount of work that went into that and the packing, and it truly, you could see if you watch that project go forward, you could understand how it was engineered to work. So, and you drive across it now and you can't really feel even that there's been a culvert put in there. But the interesting part was as they were digging the things out, you could see what was a bridge, what was supposed to be a bridge, and what had been kind of put in place to act like a bridge. I thought, oh boy.
Kind of made you take a second thought, was I supposed to take that truck over that thing?
You realize how many times you went over that, what you thought was a bridge. And so I'm a lot more confident now going over that road. So.
So Greater Beats and high traffic routes. As you can see there, basically we are now a couple of months, I believe, into full operation on the Greater Beats, including the high traffic routes. Initially, installing high-traffic routes did allow for the reduction of miles in our 9 grader beats as well. So overall, all operators were able to spend time in areas of concern. So roads that had issues or concerns with basically soft spots or soft shoulders or damage that had been incurred or anything like that, it did allow our operators to be able to take the time and address those issues without feeling as though that they were leaving other areas of their greater beat left too long without maintenance. We have seen improved results. Granted, we have not seen train. However, with our gravel program and the added grading, I did take the opportunity to reach out and talk to some of the stakeholders, ratepayers, et cetera, in the county of Stettler that had questions, concerns that were raised throughout the spring and summer months of 2025. I had very frank and honest discussions with them. And overall, they did see improvement. They do still have some concerns, which I thank them for their comments and for their honesty, because those are the things that we need to ensure that we're getting back for feedback so that we can move forward with them. I do believe in a lot of the locations we have seen improved results with the graders on the roads. However, added with that, we do need to see some rain, and that will go a long ways. And with that, yeah, you can just see some of the pictures that I've included there. If you go down, you'll see the gravel reclamators there. And then that picture that's at the very bottom of that, that is a photo of the area that we did use the capital I reclamator on earlier this summer. As I said, we did bring that material all up onto the road when we were working that edge and that lip. It did work. It was a little slower, but it did work. That road also, though, shortly after we finished the work, did receive a rather large amount of rain, which did prove to make it a little bit greasy. We did restrict some traffic movement on it because of the recent work that we had done with the reclaimer. And then afterwards, we did make sure that we had included that road in our gravel program, and it was gravelled. We do see that it is holding up really well right now at this point in time. So just adding to the fact that the capital I piece of equipment, it does work. It absolutely is a tool. We just got to ensure that we're utilizing it in that same regard, that it's a timed and planned approach. And the fact that when we utilize it, we do want to have that road in our gravel program afterwards to ensure that we are getting aggregate back onto that with the organics that are being brought back up to the road.
Okay, and just as long as part of our maintenance is keeping that lip off as we go forward, because we've worked on some roads in the past and they've started to build back again. So,
yeah. Absolutely, and that's where the speediness of the disc reclaimer will allow us to cover a lot of that road relatively quickly. And as well, as I'd stated in that same quarterly report, operations will be going through and earmarking roads that we do want to do road rehab with, because we have deemed them that regular maintenance isn't going to bring that crown back up on them. We need to work them and we need to recrown them, and then that'll be brought back to council in the 2026 budget and included in a program going forward to bring these back into shape as per the bylaw. That's a great picture there. Those are some large culverts.
Yeah. Where are they allocated for?
Those are allocated up on 601.
Thought maybe have somebody stand in there.
You've done that before.
That's not safe.
You can't stand it, then we shouldn't drive over it.
Mr. Chair, I'll give you a motion to receive for information. I quite enjoyed that.
What about the 7 handsome-looking people in the boat? There's a lady in there too.
How come they don't have shovels in their hands?
Government employees. We're counselors. If it's a shovel, it's gotta be a gold colored with a red ribbon, all for show, with reporters all around.
If I look at this though, it doesn't look like there's very level-headed anyway.
there's
Doesn't
no.
have the red ribbon.
Okay, on that note,
Have a motion to receive for information.
yeah, call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 8.2, Chief Administrative Officer Annual Review, that is on there. Did I ask for that to be on there?
Yeah, last time around, agenda prep that if you'd had a chance to sit down with the vet, you could.
I haven't had a chance to sit down with the vet, so I'd like to carry that forward to our next meeting.
Table it to the night.
And it will be definitely done prior to that.
I'll make a motion that we table it to the 8th. Mr. Chairman? So.
Call the question, all.
Go ahead.
Before we do that, should everybody be participating in that discussion? I know it's an MGA requirement that all counselors have to do a CEO review, but our rules also state if you weren't a part of the process, you don't have all the information, you should not be able to participate after the fact. And we have one person sitting here that refused to do the online portion, refused to do the in-person portion, so I don't think that they should be sitting at this table when we discuss it afterwards.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I was gonna come back and then I got hung up in Big Valley there and do that. I'll get it done.
It's already done, Mr. Chairman, sorry, but it's already been done. And the fact that you could not participate shows your lack of commitment to this position. And I wholeheartily agree with Mr. Stevens that you should not be part of that discussion go forward.
And there was the same deadline for all of us to fill out.
Oh, that's all right too.
And then you were actually, and the Reeve actually even approached you again to do
I
it.
sent the note out to have it done, so, and it wasn't completed, so.
All good.
No, it is not all good, unfortunately. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr.
Yeah,
Stevens.
and so, we'll carry that to the next meeting, but it will be, there's a motion on the table to bring it to the next meeting. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Bylaw 1753-25, designated officers bylaw.
I can take that one, Mr. Chairman. When we were going through our assessment audit, they of course took a look at some of our bylaws and noted that Rod Vixie, our previous assessor, was still named as the assessor in an older bylaw. That's not typically how we like to run the designated officer roles. We establish the office by bylaw, but you appoint by resolution, which you've already done. So we have brought forward the attached bylaw to establish the roles of assessor and agricultural fieldman as designated officers, because those are the two that are legislatively required to be established. But then additionally, and how we act primarily, is that through the CAO bylaw, the CAO is a designated officer for all enactments and bylaws, and they have the authority to delegate those powers to any employee of the county. And that's typically how we operate with those that are performing those duties, or just given a written delegation from a vet. So we've decided only to propose tackling the two positions that are called out between the MGA and the SB Act. And again, we're not naming the people in this bylaw. This bylaw says it's appointed, and when you do, this appointment under the SB Act or this appointment under the MGA, that's also an appointment as designated officer.
Okay. That's your presentation?
That's it.
Gotcha. Councilor Stuber,
I'll move first reading.
call the question, all in favor?
I'll give you second reading, or,
Councilor McDade,
go ahead.
He'd already said it, so it doesn't matter, but I would give it second reading if James wants to withdraw.
I will stand down, Mr. McKay.
call the question, all in favor? Councilor Stuber,
I move that we proceed to the third reading.
Councilor Library?
No, that's it.
Call the question, all in favor?
Mr.
Want to wait for a fight there?
Sorry.
So we're to third reading. Councilor Gender? Okay. Call the question, all in favor?
I didn't even get
That's carried.
Sounds like the council thought this was a critical bylaw. They were fighting over who got to make the motion.
Yeah. Consent agenda items, Battle River Watershed Alliance municipal funding request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we receive one of these every year. We have not actually funded the Watershed Alliance since I think about 2011. But every year they send us a request and every year we put it before you. So you can choose to receive it for information or make a motion to fund them.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that we receive this for information. We've had lots of discussion about it in previous.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, the one thing we didn't cover off on was 6.5 election procedure under council's request for information. And we do want this to be a fair election, and do want it to proceed as it should. All nomination papers were in yesterday. Most attended the pre-meeting, so let's just make sure that that is what happens. Councillor Stevens.
Once complaints have been raised, I think it is responsible for us to ensure that everything is above board. This election, there needs to be fairness for any new candidates running against incumbents. I would put myself in that category, one of three, I guess, in that category. So once a claim or accusation has been made of using county resources and technology, I think it's fair that we ensure that we hold ourselves to the highest standard. So I would be fine with giving up my county phone to ensure that in the next month I could not access contact info or information that the person running against me would not have.
So, Mr. Chair, on that, you know, keep the iPad, I guess, to keep, like, you still get updates and stuff for your emails and stuff. That would be, I think, fair, because you still are a councillor for that period of time, right?
I will be a councillor for a brief period.
Yeah. I think that to me, Mr. Chair, makes a lot of sense. I think the two others would be Mr. McKay and Mr. Grover, and I think that makes sense that they.
I think it's a great idea.
So give up the county phone today?
I'm good with it.
As soon as I get another one in my pocket, yeah.
No, I think it would have to be today and passed in.
Councillor, and
To be fair.
Well, that's good, as long as I get a phone, that's what I went down and see about getting one, and I'm good. I think it's great, I just don't wanna pack two, I'll just pack that one for now.
I believe, Andrew, can you call forward the phone
Yeah, all of our phones can be call forwarded, so.
if there is a county question?
Yeah, do you just want them forwarded to the office then, or?
What would be the preference on them?
So, and I think that's an important one too, that if somebody, our phone numbers are public, and if somebody needed to contact their counselor, i.e. they could do it through email, but if it was forwarded, I think the key to this is that you're not using a county phone to phone out, because when it shows up, it looks like it comes to you as the county of Stettler, which is, I mean, people will see that on their phone and they'll answer, and if it was, if James Nyberg instead, they might not answer the phone, but if it's the county of Stettler, they would. So I think it's imperative that goes forward.
Councillor Stevens?
There may be a simpler way, the majority of people call my other phone anyway, my personal phone, just because I always have that one on me, and the other one sometimes gets left in the work truck so I don't wreck it. Until the end of the day, if we could update our website just to put down my other phone number for the next month, then I'd be happy with that.
What are the best options on that?
I'd probably prefer just forwarding the phone numbers, then it's slightly less work, and it means anybody who's already got your contact and they're already just gonna hit that number anyways are gonna be filtered through. Just my thoughts.
If you want to forward it to the office and take my usual phone calls for a month, I wouldn't complain, I'm just saying.
You might be not liking your business, Mike, yeah.
He doesn't get paid enough.
Okay, Councilor Grover?
I have no problem with that. The only thing is, like today at dinner time there, I got a phone call from my doctor in Red Deer, and I haven't got back to him yet. I'm supposed to get back to him here before 4:15, and that's all I would be approved about. Other than that, I really just have this phone, or I get a different one, whatever.
Well, I think the phone should be turned in, and I think you could phone, landlines are available.
I don't have a landline.
You can utilize the phone in my office. And Andrew can call forward for right now to Lorraine's phone.
As long as I get my appointment, and my wife's got one too in Red Deer, and as long as it's forwarded, I don't get it.
So just deal with Andrew and he'll get it forwarded to Lorraine's number right now, and then you can change it to yours when you get a phone number.
And Mr. McKay, you're okay with that as well?
Yeah, I've got to go.
That makes sense and fair.
Councilor Tender?
I find it very detrimental, especially like there could be very much sensitive items, topics that I could be discussing that does not involve anyone, say like within the county, that I don't want to have involved. So I personally believe in utilizing my own phone.
You have two phones too?
Yeah, he packs two all the time.
Got them in two different fluorescent colored cases, so you'll still mix them up.
And most of the time, like, the only time I'll look at the county phone is when I come in at night.
Yeah, the first 9 years, like I said before, I was in here, I carried mine, I paid phone bill, everything, I like that system better anyhow. I paid my phone bill, I don't charge the county 5 cents for it. And you only have to carry one.
So is that a motion on the table?
I just had another, I'm sure most councilors, or probably all councilors are aware, but the MGA also states that during campaign season, you can't be wearing county jackets, hats. You can't be handing out your county business card. If you want to do an election type business card, you can, but you can't be using the county stuff.
No tattoos on the forehead either?
I will give you that for free if you want to put a county logo. And you can.
I'll chip in.
I know a young lady that will do it for free too.
Okay, I'll just hand them to Andrew at the end of the meeting, please.
Do you want a motion for that, and then
I think we probably should, so it's
Mr.
recorded.
Stevens? You're the one who brought it up.
I'll make that motion that the 3 councilors that are running that were not acclaimed and in their county phones for fairness, election fairness reasons.
That's public too.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed, I'd like to take some of my numbers.
We thought you would be. We thought you would be.
Well, I'll use the other phone, I just gotta get one though.
Well, it's
I'll
handed,
go get one.
handed in, and for now, Andrew can call forward.
It'll take you less than a half an hour to get a phone.
I know it will. I didn't realize I'd get one, but I'll go get it.
Okay, and, I think we've covered the agenda off.
I think you have too, Mr. Chair. I think there's some
Do we have anything else?
chores at home that need to be
There's
done.
nothing in camera, was there, other than fire?
No, just fire, we held that in public.
All that in public, so
I'll give you a motion.
I guess our next meeting is October 8th,
I'll give you a motion because I won't be there.
and then our adjournment is the motion from Councilor Niagara. Call the question, all in favor? It's carried.